self-assured, unwittingly creating the perfect storm for revolution. They lived under British rule, yes, but their minds, their spirits, they were drifting further and further away from the mother country. Tonight marks the start of a 6-part series on the American Revolutionary War, where we'll follow this extraordinary journey toward independence. In this first episode, we'll dive into the early sparks that set the colonies ablaze with rebellion. Imagine the fury ignited by the Stamp Act, the frustration building as new taxes squeezed the colonies, and the tension mounting in every town and village. We'll explore how each restriction added fuel to the fire, gradually turning scattered frustrations into a powerful call for freedom. As we journey through the rumblings of discontent, you'll feel the pulse of a society on edge, where each protest, each outcry, brought the colonies one step closer to defiance. From fiery speeches to daring acts of protest, I'll take you through those pivotal moments when the colonies moved from quiet obedience to fierce resistance. Let's step back in time and experience the charged atmosphere, the whispers of revolution, and the unstoppable march toward independence that began on this road to revolution. In the vast landscapes of the New World, a patchwork of colonies lay scattered from the chilly, pine-strewn shores of New England to the sun-drenched plantations of the South. Life here was unlike anywhere else in the British Empire, a place where diversity thrived and new ideas took root in a fertile land of opportunity. People from all walks of life crossed the Atlantic with hopes and dreams in tow. Englishmen, Dutch merchants, German farmers, French Huguenots, and Africans, both free and enslaved, each brought a piece of their culture, religion, and labour to shape this land. The indigenous peoples, whose histories stretch back centuries before any ship landed on their shores, also played a central role in this colonial mosaic. Their knowledge of the land and its resources became the foundation upon which many settlers built their lives. In these early colonies, one could almost feel the influence of their homelands still lingering in the air. New England was carved out by Puritans, strict in their faith, yet relentless in their quest for a community rooted in piety. It was here that tightly knit towns blossomed, where each church steeple cast a long shadow over cobbled streets and bustling harbours. In Pennsylvania, the Quakers led by William Penn had a vision of religious tolerance and peace, attracting settlers from across Europe. Meanwhile, the South unfurled sprawling plantations, vast green fields stretching into the horizon, yielding tobacco, rice, and indigo. Here, an economy based on enslaved labour became entrenched, a dark foundation upon which much of the South's wealth was built. Indeed, as T.H. Breen so aptly wrote, the American colonies were a mosaic of nationalities and cultures, united by their loyalty to the British Crown, but distinct in their customs, economies, and religious beliefs. This unity was not one of perfect harmony, but rather a shared identity that was slowly forming under the gaze of British rule. Even with their differences, colonists were starting to think of themselves as part of something unique and separate from the industrious spirit, relying on shipbuilding, fishing, and an active trade network that linked New England to Europe and beyond. Merchant ships lined the harbours, their masts towering like a forest of wood and sail against the sky. In the middle colonies, fertile land made for prosperous farming, earning them the nickname the breadbasket colonies. Wheat, barley, and other grains flowed steadily from the hands of skilled farmers and craftsmen, while iron production slowly built up an industrial backbone. To the south, where the warm climate encouraged bountiful harvests, plantation owners saw immense profits in cash crops like tobacco and later cotton. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the brutal system of the triangular trade. Ships from Europe would come laden with manufactured goods, exchanging them for enslaved Africans in West Africa, who were then transported to the Americas in conditions so horrific they haunt history to this day. These human beings, torn from their homelands, laboured on plantations, creating the wealth that would flow back to Europe and fuel the expansion of colonial economies. As John Lawson remarked in 1709, these Northern American plantations are filled chiefly with tradesmen and farmers and such as serve for hire, though he could scarcely capture the full cost of this labour to those who performed it under duress. Despite the colony's economic growth, their governance was more localised than Britain could oversee from across the ocean. This autonomy bred a spirit of independence within colonial society. In towns across the colonies, people gathered in meeting halls and churches, discussing everything from taxes to local affairs. Colonial assemblies were established, such as Virginia's House of Burgesses in 1619, one of the earliest forms of representative government in the New World. In New England, town meetings became a hallmark of community-centred decision-making, with citizens engaging directly in the governance of their towns. These assemblies fostered a sense of self-determination, with colonists growing accustomed to having a say in their own lives. This burgeoning self-governance wasn't merely a result of colonial ambition. It was also encouraged, albeit indirectly, by the British policy of salutary neglect. Britain, embroiled in European conflicts and distracted by its own internal affairs, had little time or resources to micromanage its colonies. The colonies, meanwhile, grew accustomed to this freedom and developed practices that would later harden into expectations. By the time Britain tried to tighten its grip, it was too late. The colonists had already tasted independence. Yet, even in these years of relative calm, a certain discontent simmered. Enlightenment ideas, sweeping through Europe, reached the shores of the New World and found fertile ground in the minds of colonial leaders and thinkers. The Enlightenment was more than just a movement. It was a spark that ignited questions about authority, individual rights, and the nature of governance. Thinkers like John Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau proposed that reason, not blind obedience, should guide society, and that individuals had rights that could not be taken lightly. These ideas did not stay confined to dusty libraries or scholarly circles. They were carried by people, discussed in taverns, extension of what they had already practiced in their assemblies and town meetings. Locke's assertion that men being, as has been said, by nature all free, equal, and independent, no one can be put out of this estate and subjected to the political power of another without his own consent, echoed deeply in a society that increasingly viewed British interference as an affront to their rights. As these ideas took hold, the gap between Britain's vision for its colonies and the colonies' vision for themselves widened. Colonists, who once might have felt a duty to the crown, now began to see Britain as an obstacle to the freedoms they believed were rightfully theirs. Locke's concept of a social contract, which held that governments should be resisted if they failed to protect individual rights, became a rallying cry among the discontented. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God became a popular saying, expressing a collective spirit that had grown too powerful to ignore. The colonies were no longer just a collection of diverse settlements. They were united by a shared belief in their right to self-governance and their natural liberties. A brewing conflict lay on the horizon, the first sparks of which would come from an issue that cut deep into the colonists' sense of justice: taxation without representation. For the British, it was a matter of imperial revenue. For the colonists, it was a matter of principle. The struggle over taxation would soon become the flashpoint that set a revolution into motion, changing the course of history forever. In the years following Britain's hard-won victory in the French and Indian War, a heavy silence settled over Parliament's chambers as they confronted the harsh reality of their financial state. Nearly doubled national debt weighed on Britain like a leaden cloak, and those who had cheered their success now found themselves paying dearly for it. As Prime Minister George Grenville observed in 1764, "The debt we have incurred is staggering, and it falls upon Parliament to restore our financial stability." For the British government, the colonies across the Atlantic, prosperous and increasingly self-sufficient, seemed a natural source of much-needed revenue. After all, the British saw the war as having primarily shielded these American colonies from the ambitions of rival empires. Pamphlets circulated throughout London, bluntly declaring, "We fought for their safety, for their lands. It is their duty to assist in the debt of empire." But for many American colonists, these assertions felt hollow. They had grown used to governing themselves with minimal interference, as Britain's policy of salutary neglect allowed them to develop semi-independent taxation and local governments. The colonists, long comfortable in their relative autonomy, felt no pressing obligation to shoulder Britain's debt from afar. Thus, when Britain enacted the Stamp Act in 1765, colonial resentment burst into full view. This was not an indirect levy on trade or goods at the harbour. It was a direct tax on everyday items like newspapers, legal documents, and even playing cards, items that threaded through daily life, affecting everyone from merchants to farmers. The American people see the Stamp Act as an attack on their most fundamental rights, said John Adams that same year, capturing a sentiment that ran deep through the colonies. Colonists had their own assemblies, and in their view, these local bodies protests erupted almost overnight. Across towns and cities, colonial leaders voiced their outrage, rallying people to resist what they saw as a fundamental violation of their rights. A new faction, the Sons of Liberty, emerged, helmed by Samuel Adams and other impassioned voices who condemned Britain's overreach. Patrick Henry, the fiery orator from Virginia, challenged Parliament's authority by famously declaring, "If our trade is taxed, why not our lands, or produce, or everything we possess?" The Stamp Act proved costly in more ways than one. The tax hit colonial businesses hard, placing an unignorable burden on lawyers, printers, and merchants who relied on printed materials for their livelihoods. These men and women faced rising expenses, an unacceptable consequence of laws imposed without their say. As resistance grew, colonial unity strengthened. The colonies convened the Stamp Act Congress in October of 1765, a historic meeting where representatives gathered to petition the Crown directly, with the defiant words of James Otis resonating in the chambers. There ought to be no new tax without the consent of those who are to pay it. The colonies made a bold statement to Britain that they would not simply comply. Despite this united front, Britain was undeterred. Following the repeal of the Stamp Act, Parliament introduced the Townshend Acts in 1767, attempting to collect taxes in a subtler form. This time, tariffs were placed on essential goods like glass, tea, paper, and paint. But, to the colonists, the manner of taxation mattered little. The imposition itself remained an affront. The British Parliament, asserting its authority, stated bluntly, the colonies must be subject to one sovereign. They cannot make laws as though they were free. The colonial response was swift and resolute. Merchants and consumers alike embraced the non-importation agreements, boycotting British imports and stifling British trade as they sought to bring the British economy to its knees. The acts of defiance spread not just among merchants, but also among women who rallied around the cause. Known as the Daughters of Liberty, these women gathered to spin cloth and produce goods, enabling their communities to avoid British imports. They hosted spinning bees, where the hum of spinning wheels became the sound of protest and defiance. At one such gathering, the sentiment was clear. We would rather wear a homespun dress than one imported at the cost of our liberty. The commitment of women in the colonies was as fierce as any soldiers, and their efforts bolstered a united front against the British. Meanwhile, the slogan, "No taxation without representation," swept across the colonies. It was a simple but powerful phrase that encapsulated the colonists' grievances and echoed in pamphlets, newspapers, and speeches. Samuel Adams warned his fellow colonists, "If taxes are laid upon us in any shape without our having a legal representation, we are reduced to the state of tributary slaves." To be taxed without any voice in British Parliament was, to them, a form of oppression. The phrase became a rallying cry, a point of unity among colonies that might otherwise have been divided by their regional differences. The resistance took on various forms, each expressing the colonists' growing anger and defiance toward British policies. In cities like Boston, symbolic protests sent a stark message. Effigies of tax collectors were paraded through the streets and sometimes burned, an ominous display of the colonists' unwillingness to submit. In an impassioned pamphlet, the Sons of Liberty wrote, "We cannot quietly submit to British tyranny. Let our voices be heard." These words spread from hand to hand, stoking the flames of revolution in the hearts of many. As the colonies grew more unified in their resistance, the British Crown was forced to take notice. Parliament reconsidered the Townshend Acts, but the damage was done. The colonial economy had been disrupted, and a deep-seated resentment toward Britain took hold. The Acts had struck a nerve, revealing just how precarious the relationship had become. What had started as a series of taxes on goods had now grown into a wider, more profound struggle over the nature of governance and justice. British attempts to impose its will upon the colonies had become fuel for a burgeoning revolutionary spirit. The streets were restless, and the people, increasingly emboldened, ready to confront British soldiers, who now stood among them as enforcers of a foreign rule. In March of 1770, a spark would ignite in Boston, turning the uneasy peace into open conflict, as British soldiers clashed with colonists in a tragic confrontation that would forever mark the road to revolution. In the bitter cold of Boston's early spring, the chill of fear and resentment swept through the city with a force that rivaled the March winds. The town had felt different since the arrival of British troops in 1768. With around 4,000 soldiers stationed in a city of only 15,000, the streets had taken on a heavy, stifling air, more occupied zone than thriving town. Locals saw the red-coated troops as intruders, interlopers in their daily lives. British soldiers were meant to keep the peace, but they disrupted it at every turn, vying with Boston's labourers for jobs, crowding taverns, and enforcing unpopular laws with intimidation. We are not in a state of war, yet British soldiers march our streets as if we were a conquered people, a Boston merchant remarked bitterly in 1768. This was no ordinary peace. Skirmishes became frequent, with angry words exchanged in the streets, snowballs thrown, and sometimes even rocks. Newspapers painted the soldiers as brutes, and the locals took note. As the winter wore on, tensions boiled over, especially after a bloody brawl broke out between soldiers and workers at Gray's Rope Walk on March 2nd. Samuel Adams, a prominent colonial leader, seized upon the growing unrest, branding the soldiers a standing army that had no place in a peaceful society. Many colonists, with memories of British promises of salutary neglect, felt entitled to self-governance and resented what they saw as an occupying force. The atmosphere was charged, and the people were primed for a fight. On the evening of March 5th, 1770, the powder keg finally exploded. It began as a small crowd gathered outside the Customs House on King Street, where a lone British sentry, Private Hugh White, stood guard. They taunted him with jeers and threw icy snowballs, escalating the tension. Feeling threatened, White called for backup, and soon a group of British soldiers arrived, muskets loaded. the soldiers to fire, challenging them with cries of "Cowards!" and "Fire if you dare." Captain Thomas Preston, who took command of the soldiers on the scene, later recalled, "The people appeared to me to be an astonished group of men, who, though enraged, were still filled with terror." Then, in the chaos, a voice rang out, "Fire!" The origin of the shout remains a mystery, but the result was deadly. The soldiers, likely panicked and unsure, discharged their weapons into the crowd. Bullets ripped through the frigid night air, striking colonists and sending them sprawling into the street. Crispus Attucks, a sailor of African and indigenous heritage, was one of the first to fall, a man who would later be remembered as a martyr of the cause. "I saw with my own eyes the men fall, saw them stagger and drop, their blood staining the snow," recalled George Robert Twelves Hughes, a Boston shoemaker who witnessed the carnage. As the shots echoed and the smoke cleared, 5 colonists lay dead or dying, with several more wounded. Panic swept the crowd. They stumbled back in horror, shouting for revenge, but also in sheer terror. For a moment King Street was silent, save for the cries of the injured and the groans of the fallen. The city was stunned, and in the hours that followed, news of the massacre spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves through the 13 colonies. In the massacre's wake, confusion reigned. Some accounts claimed Captain Preston had ordered his men to fire, while others insisted the soldiers acted on their own, possibly goaded by the crowd's taunts. The trial that followed would reveal little certainty, highlighting the conflicting views of those who had witnessed the event. It was a night of fear, of bloodshed. None could say who was at fault, only that lives were lost, said John Adams, who later defended the soldiers in court, arguing they had fired in self-defence. This defence, while controversial, was rooted in Adams' belief in justice, even for those who represented British authority. But in Boston, there was no question of blame in the eyes of most colonists. This massacre became a symbol of British tyranny and oppression, proof that the soldiers stationed in their town cared little for their lives. Samuel Adams, an impassioned leader of the resistance, seized upon the tragedy as fuel for his cause. "They have stained our streets with blood. They must pay for this crime," he declared, igniting the flames of resistance. Boston's newspapers and pamphlets spread the news, and Paul Revere produced an infamous engraving that would become one of the most powerful pieces of anti-British propaganda in history. Revere's depiction, though exaggerated, showed British soldiers firing in organised ranks upon an innocent crowd, mercilessly slaughtering defenceless colonists. The engraving circulated widely, inflaming colonial sentiment and intensifying the growing rage against British rule. This print had moved men to rage, to call out for justice, the Boston Gazette reported. The victims' funerals were transformed into public demonstrations, with thousands attending to honour the fallen. The dead were draped in black, and mourners moved somberly through Boston, united in grief and defiance. The procession became a symbolic act of resistance, a solemn vow that these lives lost would not be forgotten. Here lie the bodies of those who paid the ultimate strengthening a burgeoning American identity rooted in opposition to British rule. Pamphlets circulated, declaring the massacre a sign of the oppression that awaited all colonists if they remained silent. "The blood of these martyrs will be the seed of our resistance," read one anonymous pamphlet, a line that resonated from town to town, inspiring calls for unity and renewed boycotts of British goods. The massacre's aftermath reached into the courtrooms as well. Captain Preston and the soldiers involved were arrested and put on trial, their fate a matter of public interest across the colonies. Though many saw them as killers, John Adams, driven by a belief in fair representation, took up their defence. In his closing arguments, Adams famously declared, "Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence." His defence portrayed the soldiers as acting in confusion, surrounded by an aggressive crowd. In the end, 6 soldiers were acquitted, and 2 were found guilty of manslaughter, branded on the hand as punishment. While this outcome tempered some of the anger in Boston, public sentiment remained firmly against the British. The Boston Massacre proved to be a turning point, a tragic event that would ignite the colony's determination to resist. From town meetings to public squares, the massacre became a rallying cry, evidence of British tyranny and the dangers of a standing army on American soil. The incident planted seeds of rebellion that would only grow with time, as colonial assemblies debated the presence of British soldiers in peacetime, and publications condemned the massacre as an unforgivable act of aggression. "No free people ought to be subjected to the rule of a standing army in times of peace," declared a colonial pamphlet in 1771, a sentiment shared by many who saw the massacre as a gross violation of their rights. In the aftermath, the colonists' anger hardened. The presence of British troops in their towns, combined with the shocking violence of March 5th, convinced many that their only path to freedom lay in open defiance. The road to revolution had begun, and it would not be long before Boston found itself at the centre of another dramatic showdown, one that would send barrels of tea tumbling into the harbour and provoke the British government into harsh retaliation, setting the stage for the next chapter in America's struggle for independence. The British East India Company was a giant, a pillar of Britain's economic empire. By 1773, however, this behemoth was faltering, facing fierce competition and boycotts of British tea in the American colonies. The company's warehouses overflowed with unsold tea, a liability too great to ignore. Desperate to rescue the East India Company and assert control over its restless colonies, Parliament passed the Tea Act in May 1773. This act allowed the company to sell tea directly to the American colonies, bypassing colonial merchants and undercutting smugglers. By making British tea cheaper, they hoped to both aid the company and subtly remind the colonies who held the reins. But for the colonists, this was no mere economic policy. It was a Trojan horse, an attempt by Britain to sneak its taxing power back into their lives. By granting a monopoly on our own shores, they take not only our money, but our dignity as a coercive ploy, a way for Parliament to slyly reaffirm its right to tax without representation. In town meetings and taverns, colonists spoke bitterly of Parliament's schemes. The tyrants in Parliament seek to enslave us by filling their coffers with our money, declared Samuel Adams. The outcry reached the ears of the Sons of Liberty, a fierce network of colonial activists determined to resist British authority. They saw the Tea Act as an affront to the liberties they had fought to preserve. If Parliament could force them to accept British tea, what would stop them from imposing harsher measures next? The time for words had passed. They would make a statement too bold to be ignored. On the evening of December the 16th, 1773, Boston's Griffin's Wharf was filled with a different kind of patriotism. That night, over 100 Sons of Liberty, many disguised as Mohawk Indians, gathered with a common purpose. They had no illusions about the seriousness of their plan. This was a direct act of defiance against the British Crown, one that would send shockwaves across the Atlantic. The men donned simple disguises, feathers and paint, a powerful symbol of freedom and unity. We shall act tonight as free men, with no tyrant's tax upon us, one protester reportedly declared as they prepared for their bold strike. In disciplined lines, they boarded 3 ships, the Dartmouth, Eleanor and Beaver, all laden with tea from the East India Company. Swiftly, with coordinated precision, they cracked open 342 chests of tea and dumped their contents into the frigid waters of Boston Harbour. The tea leaves drifted on the waves, darkening the harbour and symbolising their defiance. An estimated £10,000 worth of tea, nearly £1 million today, was sacrificed that night, its value outweighed by the principle it represented. Boston Harbour is a teapot tonight, wrote John Andrews, a Boston merchant, in a letter to a friend, capturing the dark humour that mingled with the fierce resolve of the act. In the colonies, the Boston Tea Party became an instant legend, a symbol of defiance that ignited hope and solidarity. But across the Atlantic, in Britain, it was seen as nothing less than an intolerable insult. Parliament was outraged, and King George III vowed that the American colonies, especially Massachusetts, would face the consequences of their defiance. The colonies must either submit or triumph. There is no middle ground, he declared, as Parliament debated a series of punitive measures to bring the rebellious province to heel. In early 1774, Parliament passed the Coercive Acts, known in America as the Intolerable Acts, a suite of laws designed to punish Massachusetts and, by example, deter further rebellion throughout the colonies. The Intolerable Acts struck with brutal precision, targeting Boston's economy, governance, and autonomy. The first blow came with the Boston Port Act, which shut down Boston Harbour until the East India Company was compensated for the lost tea. This law paralysed Boston's economy, cutting off vital trade routes and throwing workers into poverty. They starve our people in the hopes of bending our spirits, yet we stand unbroken, declared a Boston town meeting resolution, Massachusetts Government Act, they dismantled the colony's cherished self-governance, stripping Massachusetts of its charter and placing it firmly under royal control. Town meetings, long a cornerstone of local governance and public debate, were severely restricted, infuriating colonists who saw this as a direct attack on their rights. To them, this was not just about tea. It was an attempt to crush the freedoms they had come to view as their birthright. As if to drive the point home, the Quartering Act was revised, now requiring colonists to house and supply British soldiers, even in private homes if necessary. It brought the British presence into their very hearths, a constant physical reminder of their subjugation. They shall not quarter tyrants under our roofs. If we are to be their hosts, then we are their captives. A Boston pamphlet railed, capturing the fury of colonists forced to accommodate their oppressors. The final blow came in the form of the Administration of Justice Act, which allowed British officials accused of crimes in the colonies to be tried in Britain, where colonists feared they would escape justice. In the colonies, this act became known as the Murder Act, a law that seemed to give British soldiers a license to act with impunity. Colonists saw these laws as a chilling threat to their lives, their freedom, and their dignity. Yet, in their overreach, Britain only succeeded in uniting the colonies further. Sympathy for Massachusetts swept through the colonies, as they realised that what happened to Boston could happen to any of them. Food and supplies were sent to support the suffering Bostonians, a sign of growing solidarity. The Virginian Assembly, moved by Boston's plight, proclaimed, "An attack on one is an attack on all. We stand united as one people against the tyranny that seeks to break us." The Intolerable Acts forced the colonies to confront a stark choice: remain loyal to a government that stripped them of their rights, or unite in defiance. Determined to act, delegates from 12 of the 13 colonies met in Philadelphia in September 1774, forming the first Continental Congress. There, they would draft a united response to the British measures, marking the first time the colonies came together in common cause. The spirit of rebellion had begun to burn brighter than ever before. Now, facing the full force of British punishment, the colonies were about to take their first steps toward unity and independence, gathering in Philadelphia to chart a new course, one that would defy a king and seek a new destiny. In the sweltering heat of Philadelphia in early September 1774, a quiet tension filled the air. This was no ordinary gathering. Delegates from 12 colonies had converged upon Carpenter's Hall, summoned by a sense of shared urgency. The passage of the Intolerable Acts had shaken the colonies, uniting them in outrage and fear. Letters and resolutions flew between the colonies, and Virginia and Massachusetts led the charge, calling for an assembly to formulate a collective response. The Virginia House of Burgesses had issued a rousing call months earlier. The sufferings of our brethren in Boston must unite us in this struggle for our liberties. And now, in that dimly lit hall, the colonies would face the momentous task of defining a united path forward. The Congress itself was a historic event, the first large-scale meeting of the colonies, a radical step toward unity and a shared colonial identity. Here, these representatives were not Bostonians or Virginians, but Americans, united under one cause. We meet not as New Yorkers or Virginians, but as Americans in common cause, declared Patrick Henry, a fiery delegate from Virginia. For Henry and others, the Congress represented a crucial step in resisting British rule. Yet not all were prepared for outright defiance. There were those who still hoped for peace, for reconciliation, even as Britain's grip tightened. Inside the Congress, debate took on a fierce intensity as delegates struggled to chart a course amid a growing divide. Moderates like John Dickinson of Pennsylvania and Joseph Galloway of Pennsylvania advocated for restraint, hoping to repair relations with Britain. They feared the chaos that full rebellion might bring. Galloway proposed a plan of union, suggesting a colonial parliament that would collaborate with the British Parliament, a compromise that aimed to give the colonies a voice without demanding independence. We are still subjects and must seek a union with the crown, Galloway implored. Independence is not our object. Yet his plan was narrowly rejected by a vote of 6-5, an indication of the growing distrust of British authority even among the moderates. At the other end of the spectrum were radicals like Samuel Adams, John Adams, and Patrick Henry, who believed that Britain's actions demanded a forceful response. For them, any notion of reconciliation was a pipe dream. "I am not a Virginian, but an American," Henry famously declared. "There is no room for compromise. We must stand or fall together." With Galloway's plan rejected, the Congress shifted toward adopting the Declaration and Resolves, a powerful statement that asserted colonial rights. The document condemned British infringements, proclaiming that the colonies had inherent rights to life, liberty, and property, asserting that they had never ceded to any foreign power whatever a right to dispose of either without their consent. The delegates set down their grievances with a sense of defiance that had rarely been so openly expressed. As a last gesture of diplomacy, the Congress agreed to send a petition directly to King George III, appealing for the repeal of the Intolerable Acts. Despite their scepticism, many delegates hoped the king would recognise their suffering and intervene. "We implore your Majesty, as the loving subjects of your kingdom, to restore to us our rights, as we desire only peace and justice," read the petition. It was a plea for compassion, but in the minds of many, it was also a final test, one that, if ignored, would signal the end of the colony's loyalty to Britain. But the Congress did not rely solely on words. In an unprecedented move, the delegates established the Continental Association, a pact to boycott British goods and halt exports to Britain until the Intolerable Acts were repealed. It was a daring act, one that demonstrated their commitment to economic independence. "Let us not buy that which contributes to our own subjugation," the Continental Association declared. "We will stand by each other as brothers." The association marked the colony's first major step towards self-sufficiency, and it relied upon a sense of collective responsibility that transcended colonial borders. To ensure the boycott was strictly followed, the Congress appointed committees of inspection and observation in each colony. production and fostered unity among the colonists. Violators faced public shaming, ostracism, and were branded as enemies of American liberty. In Boston, the Committee of Correspondence took a hard line, proclaiming, "All who would aid the tyrant by purchasing his goods are no less than traitors among us." The boycott wasn't merely a matter of avoiding British goods. It was a patriotic duty, a public stand against oppression. In every town, the boycott became a catalyst for change, sparking new industries and reducing the colony's dependence on British imports. Taverns, meeting halls, and churches buzzed with discussions about liberty, justice, and the future. It was a time of self-discovery for the colonies as they realised the strength they held as a united front. A Philadelphia delegate captured this sentiment in a letter. "The boycott hath united us more firmly than ever. We are one people in defence of our liberties." By late October, after nearly 2 months of deliberation, the delegates returned to their colonies with a renewed sense of unity and purpose. They had formally petitioned the king, created a powerful economic weapon with the Continental Association, and laid the groundwork for a new American identity. Yet, as they departed Philadelphia, many sensed that their diplomatic efforts would be in vain. They had sent a final plea to King George, but history had taught them what to expect. "We leave this place, not with fear, but with a firm commitment to stand together against any threat to our liberties," declared John Hancock of Massachusetts. Behind closed doors, some colonies were already preparing for what they feared was inevitable. Local militias began training more frequently, stockpiling weapons, and setting up warning systems. Massachusetts, bearing the brunt of British retaliation, became a focal point for these preparations. Patrick Henry's voice echoed through the colonies with a grim warning. A time may come when words no longer suffice. Then we must be ready to act with strength. The delegates agreed to reconvene if their petition was ignored, setting the stage for a second Continental Congress that would face the spectre of open conflict. In the coming months, the lines between protest and rebellion would blur, and the colonies would find themselves on the brink of war. As they prepared to defend their rights, the colonies understood that unity was their greatest weapon, and that the path forward would demand sacrifices yet unimaginable. The year was 1775, and throughout the American colonies, tensions had reached a boiling point. Since the first Continental Congress, where delegates had made one last attempt at reconciliation, the British had shown no sign of easing their grip. For many colonists, the time for words was over. They had petitioned, boycotted, and argued, yet their calls for freedom and justice had gone unanswered. Now, as British troops patrolled colonial streets and enforced harsh laws, whispers of armed resistance grew louder. "When the British Parliament claim a right to bind us in all cases whatsoever, they make us slaves," warned Samuel Adams. "We cannot live as free men if we submit." Across the colonies, preparations for resistance took on a new urgency. Towns began organising militias, citizen soldiers who trained by day in the fields and assembled British report from early 1775 noted, "They are preparing as if for a war, stocking their arsenals and drilling their men. They do not look to be intimidated." With each day, British suspicion grew. Massachusetts, a hotbed of resistance, was under close watch, with British General Thomas Gage determined to prevent any uprising. Reports of militia activity and hidden arms caches in towns like Concord alarmed him. He wrote to his superiors in London, "The flame of sedition is spread far and wide. It must be extinguished before it consumes the whole." Gage knew he needed to act, and quickly. Colonial leaders anticipated retaliation. They had established networks of informants to keep watch over British plans, with Paul Revere at the heart of this intelligence network. A skilled silversmith and fervent patriot, Revere was known as one of Boston's most trusted messengers. "We must be vigilant, ever watchful, for when they come, we must be ready," he confided to a friend. As news of British troop movements spread, Revere stood by, ready to sound the alarm. Then came the fateful night of April 18th, 1775. General Gage ordered 700 British troops to march to Concord, with instructions to seize colonial munitions and arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock, two prominent patriot leaders. "It is imperative that we cut off their supplies, else they may yet mount a serious resistance," Gage instructed his men. But word of the mission slipped out, and Revere, along with William Dawes and Samuel Prescott, set out on a daring midnight ride. "The regulars are coming," Revere shouted as he galloped through towns, rousing the sleeping Minutemen. By dawn on April 19, 1775, about 70 Minutemen had gathered on Lexington Green under Captain Parker's command. They faced a daunting sight, a column of red-coated British soldiers advancing toward them in disciplined ranks. Parker's voice rang out, "Stand your ground. Don't fire unless fired upon, but if they mean to have a war, let it begin here." For a few tense moments, the two sides stared each other down, and then, no one knows who fired the first shot, a gun discharged, igniting the battle. British soldiers fired in quick succession, and within moments, 8 Minutemen lay dead, 10 more wounded. Here stood men who did not seek war, but who would rather die than be slaves, wrote a Massachusetts minister, Ezra Stiles, capturing the gravity of the confrontation. The British continued their march toward Concord, but they were unprepared for the resistance that awaited them. At North Bridge, a larger force of Minutemen had assembled. In a fierce skirmish, colonial soldiers returned British fire, forcing them into retreat. For the first time, the British encountered organised resistance from the colonists. The militia, emboldened by their victory, pursued the retreating troops all the way back to Boston, launching ambushes from behind trees, stone walls, and fences. "The British fled before us like sheep," a Concord militiaman later recounted, "retreating under the relentless fire of our men." By the end of the day, the British had suffered over 250 casualties, while the colonial losses were fewer than 100. A stunning victory for the militias. Lexington and Concord transformed the struggle for colonial rights into an armed conflict. News of the battle desire for freedom. Town meetings across Massachusetts passed resolutions declaring their resolve. One read, "This day we have shown them we will not bow, nor will we surrender. We are resolved to be free." For the colonists, Lexington and Concord proved that they could stand up to Britain's professional army. The price of freedom was high, but they were ready to pay it. The British retreat that day was long and harrowing, a testament to the colonists' fierce determination. Throughout their journey back to Boston, British soldiers were picked off by militias who had come from neighbouring towns, firing on the redcoats from hidden vantage points. "They came thinking to conquer. They left knowing we will fight to the last man," reported a militia officer from New Hampshire. It was a lesson Britain would not soon forget. As news of the confrontations reached other colonies, it sparked a fire of resistance. From New Hampshire to Georgia, towns mobilised, forming militias, raising funds and gathering supplies. For many, Lexington and Concord were a call to arms, an unmistakable signal that their fates were now intertwined. Today we are not merely towns or colonies. Today we are a united people, willing to sacrifice all for liberty, declared a pamphlet distributed among the militias. With Lexington and Concord, the American Revolution had begun. The blood spilled on these battlefields marked a new chapter in the colonial struggle for independence. No longer could Britain dismiss the colonists' grievances as mere political squabbles. The colonies had sent a clear message. They would resist, no matter the cost. In the fields of Lexington and on the bridge at Concord, our sons have taken up the arms of liberty, and no force shall strip them of it, declared a statement from the Massachusetts Provincial Congress. The events of April 19th, 1775, marked a decisive shift in the colonial mindset. The hope of reconciliation with Britain faded, and a resolve for independence grew stronger. Colonial leaders and assemblies now understood that the fight would be long, but they prepared for it nonetheless. Militias drilled more rigorously, town stores stocked more supplies, and leaders laid out strategies for what they now saw as an inevitable struggle. Meanwhile, the Second Continental Congress loomed on the horizon, a meeting that would gather the colonies once more, not to seek peace, but to prepare for war. The colonies had set themselves on an uncharted path, one that would require sacrifices, courage, and an unyielding commitment to liberty. Looking back on this turbulent road to revolution, it's clear that the path was shaped by forces larger than any single act or policy. British decisions, rigid and unyielding, collided with colonial cries for justice and representation. What began as protests against taxes and regulations evolved, slowly but surely, into a movement for self-determination. In town squares, homes, and meeting halls across the 13 colonies, something new was taking root. A shared identity, a sense that perhaps, as Patrick Henry once said, they were no longer merely Virginians or New Yorkers, but Americans bound together in common cause. Each act of defiance had a way of emboldening the next. From the Boston Tea Party, where colonists dressed as Mohawks tossed tea into the harbour, to the quiet boycotts of voices, and with each act of resistance, they became a little less willing to submit. In their eyes, British rule had transformed from a familiar system to an oppressive force that no longer respected their rights, their voices, or their lives. The heavy hand of the British monarchy, which sought to keep its American subjects in line, had instead lit the spark of rebellion. The battles of Lexington and Concord became the tipping point, the moment when words alone could no longer contain the rising desire for freedom. News of these battles spread like wildfire, bringing with it a newfound sense of unity and purpose. The colonies had tasted the first bitterness of war, yet they pressed forward, more determined than ever. For many, there was no turning back now. The road ahead was uncertain and treacherous, but it was also filled with the possibility of something extraordinary. A nation built on principles of liberty, self-governance, and equality. As we stand on the brink of the next chapter, we know what awaits is more than just a list of grievances or a desire to be left alone. The colonists are about to declare, in powerful, unforgettable words, their right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Soon, they will put these words to parchment in a declaration that will resonate not only in America, but around the world. The story of independence, once a quiet, unspoken hope, is soon to be proclaimed openly, a beacon for all who seek freedom. Thank you for joining me here on ASMR History. If you'd like to keep following this journey, please subscribe and stay with us as we continue along this path toward the Declaration of Independence and beyond. There's so much more to uncover, and I look forward to sharing it with you as we watch the seeds of revolution grow into a fight for independence. Until next time, let's carry the lessons of this journey with us as we step into the next chapter of history, and, as always, sleep well. It was a time when frustration simmered like a pot about to boil over. The colonists, once proud subjects of the British Crown, found themselves burdened by taxes they'd never agreed to, from the infamous Stamp Act of 1765 to the punishing Townshend Acts 2 years later. Each new law tightened Britain's hold, pushing the colonies closer to open rebellion. The Tea Act of 1773 became the last straw for many, leading to acts of defiance like the Boston Tea Party. With every unfair policy, a powerful rallying cry echoed across the 13 colonies: no taxation without representation. For the colonists, this wasn't just a slogan. It was a stand for justice, a demand to be heard. As tensions rose, so did the call for unity. The First Continental Congress in 1774 marked a turning point, a moment when delegates from distant colonies came together, realizing that their struggles were not isolated but shared. This sense of purpose and shared identity grew stronger, binding the colonies in a common cause. Gone were the days of acting alone. The colonies would move forward with a single voice, and from that unity would come a statement that would echo through history. The Declaration of Independence was more than words on parchment. It was a bold declaration of values, a vision for a new nation that would stand and self-determination. It wasn't just about breaking away from Britain, but about laying down principles that would guide a fledgling nation for generations. Welcome to ASMR History, where I breathe life into the stories of our past. Today, in episode 2 of my 6-part series on the American Revolutionary War, I'll journey to the dawn of American independence to explore the dreams, tensions, and voices that shaped a new nation. But before we reach that iconic declaration, let us delve into the formation of the Second Continental Congress, an assembly that would gather with a mission that changed history. The spring of 1775 brought a mix of urgency and uncertainty to the American colonies. The recent battles at Lexington and Concord had escalated tensions to new heights, shattering any illusion that peace would be easily maintained. Less than a month after the bloodshed, representatives from all 13 colonies travelled to Philadelphia, aware that their decisions could alter the course of history. This was the Second Continental Congress, an assembly that had initially been a cautious advisory body, but was now, by necessity, transforming into a provisional government. As they gathered within the walls of the Pennsylvania State House, the delegates carried the weight of their constituents' hopes and fears. Each colony's representatives arrived with a unique perspective, reflecting the distinct social, economic, and political concerns of their home states. Together, they faced the monumental challenge of devising a strategy to navigate the crisis, coordinate resources, and confront the unresolved question of their future relationship with Britain. The Congress was anything but a unified body. Rather, it was a patchwork of differing philosophies, ambitions, and loyalties. Some delegates, like John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, were ardent supporters of reconciliation with Britain. Dickinson, a lawyer and moderate by nature, feared the implications of an all-out war with the British Empire. He argued passionately for a path of patience and diplomacy, cautioning his fellow delegates against the devastating consequences of a break with Britain. Dickinson's caution was not unfounded. He knew well that the colonies were vastly under-resourced, lacking the army, navy, and funds to wage a prolonged conflict against one of the world's most formidable empires. For him, peace was the more prudent course, a chance to avoid untold bloodshed and hardship. To pursue this diplomatic route, Dickinson and like-minded delegates proposed sending an appeal directly to King George III, a last-ditch effort to mend the fraying bonds between the colonies and their mother country. This appeal took the form of the Olive Branch Petition, a document meant to convey the colony's loyalty to the Crown, while expressing grievances over recent British policies. Drafted with care, the petition sought to strike a balance, acknowledging the authority of the king while pleading for a repeal of oppressive measures. In July 1775, the Congress formally submitted the Olive Branch Petition, hoping it might find a sympathetic audience across the Atlantic. The petition read, "We have not raised armies with ambitious designs of separating from Great Britain, underscoring a genuine desire for peace and unity rather than It was a humble and hopeful plea, expressing respect for the monarchy and a deep-rooted desire to avoid further bloodshed. In truth, the Olive Branch Petition was as much a reflection of the internal divisions within Congress as it was a message to the King. Dickinson and others saw the petition as a final attempt to steer the colonies away from war, a diplomatic last resort to halt the march toward irreversible conflict. Yet, not all members of Congress shared Dickinson's optimism. Figures like John Adams, a fervent advocate of independence from Massachusetts, regarded the petition as futile, suspecting that the British government would never be willing to grant the colonies the autonomy they desired. For Adams, and those who shared his views, the time had come to abandon hope of reconciliation and to face the reality of a fight for freedom. The contrasting perspectives within Congress highlighted the complexity of the colonial response to British rule and foreshadowed the profound struggles that would shape the birth of the United States. As they awaited the King's response, Congress continued to prepare for the worst, establishing the Continental Army and appointing George Washington as its commander-in-chief. They understood that if the Olive Branch Petition was rejected, the colonies would have no choice but to defend themselves against an empire that now saw them as rebellious subjects. The Olive Branch Petition, hopeful as it was a tenuous thread, and its rejection by King George III would soon close the door on any remaining hope of peace. With the signing of the petition, Congress's message was clear. They had not sought this conflict, but if pushed, they would stand united. On the other side of the debate stood men like John Adams, who believed that the time for reconciliation had irrevocably passed. Adams, ever forthright in his opinions, saw the British Crown's actions not as misunderstandings to be smoothed over, but as deliberate measures to tighten control over the colonies. He was blunt in his conviction that the colonies could no longer afford to trust Britain's intentions or rely on diplomatic gestures to secure their rights. To him, any attempt at peace was a dangerous illusion, a delay that would only leave the colonies vulnerable to future oppression and tighten the noose around their liberty. We cannot guarantee the future without a decisive break from British rule, he argued, a sentiment that historian David McCullough would later echo in his reflections on Adams's unwavering stance. Adams's position was not motivated by a reckless thirst for conflict or a desire for disorder. Instead, it stemmed from a profound belief in the principle of self-determination. Adams saw the revolution not merely as a political struggle, but as a moral one. To him, the colonies deserved the chance to determine their own destinies, to build a society based on principles they chose, free from what he saw as the increasingly tyrannical hand of British rule. He argued that dependence on Britain would ultimately strip the colonies of their freedom and individuality, binding them forever to a government that did not value their voices or respect their rights. For Adams, independence was not just an aspiration, it was a necessity, a step that must be taken to protect the ideals of liberty that had begun to take root in the colonies. The debates that followed were fierce and unrelenting, with words wielded as weapons in the battleground of ideas. In the cramped and stifling room of the Pennsylvania State House, passions ran high as delegates argued over the future of the colonies. Each day brought new voices, new arguments, and new tensions. Some days the hall rang with fiery exchanges, voices raised and tempers flaring as opposing views clashed in open confrontation. Other days the room was steeped in a tense silence, each delegate deep in thought, weighing the enormity of the decisions before them. The stakes were palpable, the consequences of each choice profound. These were men accustomed to debate and disagreement, but they had never before faced a question of such monumental significance. To seek peace and remain subjects, or to risk war for the chance of freedom. The intensity of these discussions reached new heights when news arrived that would change the course of history. Word spread through the Congress that King George III had not only dismissed the Olive Branch Petition, but had issued a proclamation declaring the colonies in open and avowed rebellion. The Olive Branch Petition, the final plea for reconciliation, had been cast aside, its earnest appeal ignored. The King's declaration was, to many, the final, unyielding blow. For the delegates who had still held hope for a peaceful resolution, this was a sobering revelation. It was a stark message from the Crown. There would be no negotiation, no compromise, no understanding. The King had made up his mind. He saw the colonies as rebels to be subdued, not subjects to be appeased. For Congress, the King's proclamation marked a turning point. The hopes of reconciliation that had lingered, however faintly, now seemed naive, even futile. In the face of such unyielding opposition, the delegates realised that peace under British rule was no longer an option. Reconciliation was, at best, a fantasy, at worst, a trap that would lead to further subjugation. The balance of opinion shifted sharply, as even those who had once advocated patience and diplomacy began to see that the only way forward might indeed be independence. The dream of a peaceful settlement had died, and in its place rose the grim, unyielding determination to fight for a new beginning, no matter the cost. The path was clear, but it was a path lined with peril, a decision that would reshape the course of history and define the spirit of a new nation. Then came Thomas Paine's Common Sense, published in January 1776. Paine, with his straightforward language and unflinching arguments, captured the frustrations and dreams of ordinary Americans in a way few others could. Society in every state is a blessing, he wrote, but government, even in its best state, is but a necessary evil. These were powerful words that resonated deeply with colonists who were tired of feeling oppressed and ignored. Common Sense wasn't merely a pamphlet. It was a call to arms, a rallying cry that transformed whispers of independence into a shout that could no longer be ignored. Against this backdrop, the Congress took steps that would cement its role as the beating heart of the revolutionary cause. Among its first actions was the establishment of the Continental Army, a force to stand against Britain's seasoned redcoats. They appointed George Washington as Commander-in-Chief, a man of towering reputation and military experience who commanded respect. However, scratch was no small feat, especially with limited funds and scant resources. The Congress wrestled with how to pay and supply the soldiers, struggling to unite the efforts of disparate colonies under one banner. Beyond the battlefield, the Congress recognized the importance of diplomacy. They understood that this war, should it persist, could not be won without allies. France, Britain's long-standing rival, became an obvious choice for support, and Congress began to lay the groundwork for future alliances. This marked the start of American diplomacy, as Congress members envisioned a time when their fledgling nation might stand as a respected equal on the world stage. Financial matters also loomed large. The Congress set about creating a unified currency, knowing that to sustain their cause, they would need a system to manage funds, debts, and resources. This too was a monumental challenge, requiring the colonies to share their resources and put collective needs above individual interests. It was an early taste of the unity that would one day define the United States. As the spring of 1776 dawned, the Congress had become a powerful force in its own right, a body through which the colonies spoke as one. Yet, as they prepared to take even bolder steps, one thing was clear. While the Congress represented the united colonies, it was the people within it who truly drove the movement. Figures like Adams, Dickinson, and Washington each embodied different facets of the revolutionary spirit. To fully understand this pivotal moment, we must look closer at the individuals whose courage, convictions, and sacrifices shaped the American fight for freedom. Let us now turn to these key figures in the independence movement. When we think of the Declaration of Independence, we think of bold words inked on parchment, a declaration that changed the course of history, but behind the words were real people, each with a vision, a voice, and a part to play in the independence movement. Among them, few shone brighter than Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and John Adams. Each of these men, in his own way, contributed to the birth of a nation and the spirit that still defines America. Thomas Jefferson, the young Virginian statesman, was the principal author of the Declaration. When Congress selected him for the daunting task, it was no accident. Jefferson was known for his eloquence and his firm commitment to the cause of liberty. In crafting the Declaration, he wasn't just stringing together words. He was capturing the essence of a new world vision. His inspiration came from the Enlightenment, that era of revolutionary thought that challenged tradition and championed reason. John Locke's ideas on natural rights, the inherent rights to life, liberty, and property, echoed in Jefferson's mind as he wrote. Locke had argued that governments existed by the consent of the governed, a radical idea that defied the divine right of kings. Jefferson distilled Locke's philosophy into what would become the heartbeat of American values: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These words were more than ideals. They were a promise to future generations. Jefferson dreamed of an America that would stand as a beacon of freedom, a land where people could govern themselves and aspire to their fullest potential. To him, Independence wasn't just about breaking free from British rule. It was about creating a society built on equality and justice. Jefferson's draft of the Declaration was a blueprint for this vision, and it would soon resonate across continents, inspiring other nations to seek their own freedom. Then there was Benjamin Franklin, the seasoned diplomat and man of many talents. By the time of the Second Continental Congress, Franklin was already famous on both sides of the Atlantic as a scientist, inventor, and statesman. His reputation brought a level of respect and credibility to the Congress, bolstering its standing in the eyes of foreign powers. But Franklin's contribution to the independence movement wasn't merely in reputation. He had a gift for diplomacy and an understanding of human nature that few could match. He knew when to persuade, when to joke, and when to speak with gravity. When Jefferson submitted his draft of the Declaration, Franklin reviewed it carefully. He made edits that sharpened the language and clarified Jefferson's ideas, adding his own touch of wisdom to the document. He knew that the Declaration was not just a statement of intent, but a message to the world. Franklin's revisions emphasized the unity among the colonies, a unity that he knew would be tested in the long struggle ahead. He famously reminded his fellow delegates, "We must all hang together, or assuredly we shall all hang separately." This was more than a witticism, it was a stark reminder of the risk they were all taking. For Franklin, independence was not a path for the faint-hearted, but a shared journey that demanded sacrifice and solidarity. John Adams, the outspoken lawyer from Massachusetts, was perhaps the most relentless advocate for independence. From the earliest days of the Congress, Adams was unyielding in his belief that separation from Britain was the only way forward. He saw independence not as a choice, but as a necessity. Adams understood the risks and the costs, and he spoke of them candidly. "I am well aware of the toil and blood and treasure that it will cost us to maintain this declaration," he admitted. "Yet through all the gloom, I can see the rays of ravishing light and glory." Adams knew that victory was uncertain and that the price of failure was death. Yet he also knew that the cause of freedom was worth every sacrifice. Adams was a master of persuasion. Where Franklin was skilled in diplomacy, Adams was fierce and unyielding, using his fiery speeches to rally support among hesitant delegates. He painted a vision of a future where America would stand as a nation free from tyranny, a land where people could govern themselves without the heavy hand of a distant monarchy. For Adams, the Declaration was not just a piece of paper. It was the foundation of a new nation, a nation that would champion liberty and justice. In every impassioned argument, he urged his fellow delegates to see beyond their fears and embrace the vision of an independent America. As the Congress debated, it became clear that the Declaration would require the voices of all these men. Together, Jefferson's eloquence, Franklin's wisdom, and Adams's fervour blended into a powerful call for freedom. Each brought his strengths to the table, contributing to a document that would resonate for centuries. This declaration was not just their legacy, it was their gift to the world, a testament list of grievances or a political manifesto. It was a reflection of the dreams and struggles of a people who dared to believe in a world where liberty was a right, not a privilege. But before it could take its place in history, the Declaration needed to be crafted into its final form, a task that would demand both patience and precision. Let us now turn to the next chapter in this journey, the drafting of the Declaration, where these visions would be shaped into the immortal words we know today. The drafting of the Declaration of Independence was no simple task. It was a journey, a labour of ideas and ideals forged in the quiet determination of Thomas Jefferson. Working in seclusion, Jefferson wrestled with words that would carry the weight of an entire people's hope for freedom. He drew upon existing charters, Enlightenment philosophy, and the bitter experiences of the colonies under British rule. Late into the night, Jefferson penned line after line, pouring his convictions onto the page. The result was a draft that would capture both the grievances and the aspirations of the American spirit. Jefferson's initial draft was fiery and unfiltered. It was a bold declaration, not only calling for independence, but denouncing the injustices that had led to this breaking point. Among his strongest statements was an unyielding condemnation of the slave trade, a passage in which he accused the British Crown of waging cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty. In these lines, Jefferson acknowledged the brutal contradiction within colonial society, a society seeking liberty while also holding others in bondage. Yet, as the draft circulated among delegates, this powerful passage was met with resistance. To keep Southern support and maintain unity, the section was ultimately removed, leaving an unspoken wound in the nation's founding document. What remained, however, was a forceful articulation of colonial grievances, a list that unfolded like a legal case against the British king. Jefferson meticulously outlined complaints that the colonists had raised for years: unjust taxation, the restriction of trade, and the forced quartering of British troops in colonial homes. The Declaration detailed the ways in which King George III had undermined colonial self-governance, portraying him as a tyrant bent on subjugation. Jefferson's words painted a grim picture, framing the king as an oppressive force that had robbed the colonies of their rights. One grievance in particular struck a chord, for depriving us in many cases of the benefits of trial by jury. It highlighted the very real and personal impact of British policies that infringed on fundamental rights and pushed the colonists to the edge of revolt. As the draft circulated among Congress, it underwent rigorous scrutiny. Jefferson's draft was bold, but it needed to resonate with every colony if it were to fulfill its purpose. The editing process became a collaborative effort, with John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and other prominent figures stepping in to refine Jefferson's words. They carefully removed phrases that were deemed too inflammatory or divisive, aware that even the smallest disagreement could threaten the fragile unity among the colonies. Franklin, ever the pragmatist, suggested changes to ensure the document was not only stirring, but accessible to a broad audience. Together, these men crafted a final version that was succinct, powerful, On July 4th, 1776, the Continental Congress approved the revised Declaration of Independence. What had begun as Jefferson's passionate draft had transformed into a succinct statement of American principles, a testament to the shared beliefs that bound the colonies together. The document was a bold proclamation of rights, a declaration of a people who had decided they would no longer be subjects, but citizens. The journey of drafting the Declaration was complete, but the story was far from over. Now, this document would echo across the Atlantic, stirring hearts and provoking anger on both sides of the ocean, setting in motion a reaction that would shape the world. The ink on the Declaration of Independence was barely dry when the realities of war came crashing down on the newly declared United States. For the Continental Army, the path to independence was fraught with obstacles, and the early battles tested the resolve of every soldier, officer, and patriot supporter. Unlike the British forces, with their well-trained ranks and ample supplies, the Continental Army was, in many ways, a force held together by sheer willpower. Funds were scarce, weapons were often inadequate, and training was minimal. Young recruits faced the harsh realities of battle with little more than the determination to stand against the might of an empire. One of the first major clashes after the Declaration was the Battle of Long Island. Here, General George Washington and his troops faced a formidable British force, and the outcome was grim. Outmaneuvered and outnumbered, the Continental Army suffered a crushing defeat. British soldiers, seasoned and disciplined, pushed the Americans back, forcing Washington's men into a harrowing retreat. Yet, even in defeat, the resolve of the patriots remained unbroken. This was more than just a military struggle. It was a fight for the very ideas proclaimed in the Declaration. Each loss, every setback, became fuel for the cause, a reason to dig deeper and fight harder. In the face of overwhelming adversity, the Americans found a resilience that defied British expectations. The Declaration had a profound impact on morale. To the men in Washington's ranks, the document was more than a statement of independence. It was a symbol of the values they held dear. It gave purpose to their struggle, transforming a disparate group of colonies into a united front fighting for freedom. Thomas Paine captured the spirit of the moment in The American Crisis, writing, "These are the times that try men's souls." His words echoed across the fledgling nation, reminding soldiers and civilians alike of the stakes involved. The Declaration became a banner under which the patriots rallied, a reminder of the higher ideals for which they sacrificed. With each battle, the struggle became more than a question of survival. It became a mission to uphold the promise of liberty. This sense of purpose extended beyond the battlefield. Across the colonies, civilians took on essential roles in supporting the war effort. Communities came together to supply the soldiers with food, blankets, and ammunition, stretching their own resources to keep the Continental Army fed and clothed. Farmers donated crops, blacksmiths repaired weapons, and women organised fundraisers to purchase supplies. These acts of support were not only practical but deeply symbolic, signalling that the fight for independence patriots saw the colonists as untrained rebels, convinced that with enough pressure they would quickly fold. The British underestimated not only the tactical ingenuity of American leaders like Washington, but also the power of the ideals that fueled the revolution. They believed that victory was simply a matter of quelling the rebellion with a show of force, a mistake that would cost them as the war wore on. Each British assault, rather than breaking American spirit, seemed to galvanise it further. The colonists were no longer just fighting to win battles. They were fighting to defend the freedoms outlined in the Declaration. For the patriots, the Declaration provided a moral compass, a clear line that divided liberty from oppression. It was a beacon that kept them focused, even in the darkest moments of the war. The British might have had superior forces, but the Americans had an unyielding commitment to their cause. Every hardship they faced, every victory or loss, became a testament to their dedication to independence. As the war continued, the American resolve only deepened, hardening into an unbreakable commitment to freedom. The battles fought in the wake of the Declaration tested the limits of American endurance, but the spirit of the revolution never wavered. The journey was far from over, and the battles yet to come would demand even greater sacrifice. Yet, with each passing day, the patriots grew closer to their dream of a free and independent nation. In the face of British might, they would need every ounce of courage they could muster, for the final chapters of the revolution were still to be written. The Declaration of Independence did not only ignite the American Revolution, it ignited a fire that would burn across the world, inspiring oppressed peoples in their own quests for liberty. Its words resonated far beyond the borders of the 13 colonies, finding their way into the hearts of revolutionaries in France, whose own fight for liberty would soon follow. In Haiti, enslaved people took up the call for freedom, drawing strength from the Declaration's promise of equality and self-governance. Over the centuries, this document became a beacon, symbolising the enduring human desire for freedom and dignity. It was more than a list of grievances against a king. It was a declaration of universal human rights, a cry for justice that would echo throughout history. As time passed, the Declaration of Independence became far more than a historical document. It emerged as a symbol of hope and resilience, a testament to the enduring power of words to inspire change. Initially a daring proclamation of rebellion, it transformed into an icon of freedom, a rallying cry for those who dared to believe in a fairer, more just society. The Declaration's vision, that the right to self-determination and personal freedom is paramount, transcended the events of 1776, becoming woven into the very fabric of America's identity. Through every struggle, from the abolition of slavery to the civil rights movement, the Declaration's message has remained steadfast, that all people are created equal, with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In every era, those words have rekindled hope and resolve, inspiring generations who sought to expand the promise of freedom to all. But the Declaration did more than rally the colonies to a common cause. ideological bedrock upon which a nation would be built. Its principles were not just calls to arms, but timeless values that would form the foundation of the American identity. With each line, the Declaration spoke to the colonies' desire not merely to separate from Britain, but to forge a bold vision of self-governance and human rights. Its words suggested a revolutionary concept, that government should be accountable to its people, drawing its legitimacy from the consent of the governed. Gone were the days of rule by divine right or hereditary privilege. In America, authority would be grounded in the collective will of the people. This powerful vision would come to define American democracy, reverberating through centuries and shaping a society based on principles of representation, equality, and justice. The Declaration's principles of equality, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were nothing short of groundbreaking. They directly challenged centuries-old norms of governance and societal hierarchy, defying the traditional structures that place power and privilege in the hands of a select few. Instead, the Declaration articulated a new way of thinking, one that affirmed the inherent worth and rights of every individual. It proclaimed that freedom was not a privilege reserved for the elite, but a universal right belonging to all. This vision of a society governed by laws, rather than by the whims of kings, was revolutionary, setting a standard that would shape not only the United States, but democratic aspirations around the world. For the young nation, these ideals served as a guiding star, helping forge a sense of unity and purpose among a diverse and often divided population. America would become a land of immigrants, a place where people from all walks of life and myriad cultures would come together under a shared belief in freedom and opportunity. Despite the nation's many divisions, the Declaration offered a vision of what America could be, a society where justice and opportunity were not the privileges of a few, but the rights of all. A land held together not by bloodline or geography, but by a shared commitment to self-governance and equality. Yet, the path to achieving this vision was fraught with obstacles. The fledgling United States faced monumental challenges, both on the battlefield and within its borders. Its military was untrained and often undersupplied, its alliances uncertain, and its government still evolving. It was a nation in its infancy, vulnerable and untested, fighting not only for independence, but for survival. The lofty ideals of the Declaration would be tested at every turn, as Americans grappled with the practical realities of building a new country. There were times when the dream of freedom seemed like a distant mirage, when the cost of independence felt insurmountable, and the young nation appeared on the brink of collapse. They faced harsh winters, devastating defeats, and bitter internal divisions. But even in the darkest of times, the Declaration's words echoed in the minds and hearts of the people, reminding them of the shared purpose they were fighting for. The Declaration became more than a document. It was a binding promise to themselves and to future generations. It symbolized a commitment to strive toward a nation built on justice, equality, reinforcing the sense of shared destiny that held the nation through its most trying moments. It offered hope, resilience, and a vision that gave meaning to their sacrifices. As they faced countless struggles to secure and maintain their independence, the Declaration stood as a constant reminder of what they were striving to achieve: a nation where all were free to pursue happiness, where laws were created by and for the people. John Adams captured the spirit of this revolution in a single line. The revolution was in the minds and hearts of the people. To Adams and his contemporaries, the real revolution was not merely in the battles fought or the territories gained. It was the awakening of a new consciousness, one in which ordinary individuals saw themselves as agents of their own fate. The Declaration's true power lay not only in its words, but in the belief it stirred across the colonies, a belief that ordinary people had the right and the ability to shape their own destiny. This was the heart of the American Revolution, the transformation of individuals from subjects to citizens, empowered by the notion that they held the reins of their own future. No longer passive recipients of decrees, Americans were now participants in a grand experiment of self-governance. This transformation was the real legacy of the Declaration. It sparked a revolution, not just of independence, but of identity, where people began to see themselves as equals, capable of building a society based on shared values rather than imposed rule. It was this spirit that would carry Americans forward through every subsequent struggle and challenge, from the hardships of the Revolutionary War to the debates over the Constitution and beyond. The Declaration's ideals would serve as a touchstone, guiding the nation as it evolved and adapted, forever grounded in the belief that freedom, equality, and self-determination were worth any sacrifice. The promise of the Declaration endured, offering hope and inspiration to future generations, a vision of what America could and should be. As I close this chapter on the Declaration's legacy, I'm reminded that the story of American independence is far from over. The struggle for liberty and equality continued long after 1776, as the young nation faced the trials of self-governance and the weight of its ideals. In the next episode, I'll dive into the struggles and strategies of 1776 and 1777, pivotal years where the fate of the revolution hung in the balance. From battles on the front lines to the challenges of keeping a fledgling nation united, I'll explore how the American fight for independence evolved, setting the stage for the birth of a nation. If you enjoyed this journey through history, please consider subscribing to ASMR History. By subscribing, you won't miss a single chapter as we uncover the people, events, and ideas that shaped our world. Stay tuned. The story of America's fight for freedom has only just begun. The year was 1776, a moment when dreams of liberty hung in the balance against a colossal empire. Britain, with its elite soldiers, powerful fleets, and control of strategic ports, loomed over the American colonies like an unbreakable force. In those early days, defeat was constant, and every every skirmish seemed to echo the vast power gap between Britain and the ragtag Continental Army. Yet, even in the darkest moments, a spark of resilience flickered. "These are the times that try men's souls," wrote Thomas Paine in The American Crisis, rallying American hearts and spirits with words that became as powerful as any weapon. Paine's words breathed courage into soldiers and citizens alike, reminding them that this was a battle for something much greater than land. It was for the soul of freedom itself. For the Continental Army, every confrontation was a test of strength, a clash of wills against impossible odds. General George Washington led a force often short on supplies, training, and even basic essentials, pitted against one of the world's most formidable armies. Yet, despite these hardships, they persevered. Washington's troops were not just fighting battles, they were fighting to define the future. As we explore their journey, we'll uncover the relentless struggles and the unwavering hope that drove these men forward through unspeakable trials. Welcome to episode 3 of my series on the American Revolutionary War. I'm Sophie, and together we're stepping back in time to experience the intense highs and lows of this extraordinary chapter of American history. In this episode, we'll explore the struggles and strategy of 1776 to 1777, a period marked by hardship, resilience, and the relentless pursuit of independence. We'll dive into the turning points, those pivotal moments that would soon begin to shift the course of this epic struggle and set the stage for a nation's fight for freedom. In August of 1776, the British Empire set its sights on New York, a city poised to become the beating heart of the American Revolution. For General William Howe, capturing New York wasn't just a tactical move. It was a decisive blow aimed at splitting the rebellious colonies in two. From his perspective, New York was more than a bustling port. It was a key, a point of vital importance to the success of our cause, as he once stated. Its strategic position along the Hudson River granted control over crucial communication and supply lines, creating a wedge between the northern and southern colonies. Howe's strategy was as bold as it was ruthless, leveraging Britain's unmatched military power to crush the American rebellion quickly and efficiently. The British forces assembled for this operation were nothing short of a juggernaut. Over 32,000 highly trained soldiers, bolstered by an imposing naval fleet, descended upon New York with an intimidating display of force. For the American forces, facing an army of this scale was a daunting experience. The sheer sight of British ships filling the harbour and the rhythmic march of red-coated troops unnerved even the bravest soldiers. The British, convinced of their superiority, anticipated a swift victory that would shatter the colonists' resolve and put an end to the rebellion in one decisive stroke. Little did they know, the flames of resistance would only grow stronger. On the other side of the battlefield, General George Washington understood the gravity of the situation. Despite the overwhelming odds, he resolved to defend New York, clinging to a hope that his ragtag Continental Army might hold the line. Washington knew that his soldiers, many of them farmers, shopkeepers, was to fortify Brooklyn Heights and use the natural defences of the area to compensate for their limited resources. It was a risky plan, but Washington knew that a retreat without a fight would crush the morale of his troops and the American people. Yet, in the Battle of Long Island, the British proved their might with brutal efficiency. Employing a clever flanking manoeuvre, Howe's troops outsmarted the Americans, encircling them and dealing a devastating blow. Washington's forces suffered significant losses, with men captured, wounded, or killed in the chaos. Among those caught in the onslaught was General Sterling, who fought valiantly, but ultimately fell to the British advance. The defeat was as painful as it was sobering. Washington watched as his soldiers, outmatched and overwhelmed, struggled against a well-oiled military machine, one that showed no mercy in its pursuit of victory. Amid the despair, however, came a moment of remarkable resilience and fortune. As night fell, Washington orchestrated a retreat from Brooklyn Heights, a daring and delicate manoeuvre that seemed doomed to fail. But fate had other plans. A dense fog rolled over the East River, concealing the movements of the Continental Army as they slipped past the British forces undetected. Boat after boat carried soldiers across the river to safety, with Washington himself among the last to leave. Reflecting on the miraculous escape, he later wrote, "The hand of Providence has been so conspicuous in all this." It was a retreat, yes, but a retreat that felt like a victory, a testament to the will to survive against all odds. In the wake of this narrow escape, Washington's spirit faltered. Haunted by the loss and the narrowness of their escape, he confessed, "I think the game is pretty near up." It was a rare moment of vulnerability, a glimpse into the toll this struggle was taking on him. Yet, despite his despair, Washington continued to lead, determined to find a way to fight on. His resilience, his sheer refusal to surrender, would prove crucial in the months to come, as the Continental Army braced for even harsher trials. With New York under British control, the city transformed into a bastion for British forces, a nerve centre from which they launched raids and dispatched scouts, keeping the surrounding colonies under constant threat. They fortified their positions, turning the city into a heavily guarded stronghold. For the British, New York was a prized asset, a place to plan, prepare, and strike at the heart of the American resistance. Life under British occupation brought hardship and fear to the civilians left in the city. Food became scarce as the British requisitioned supplies for their troops, leaving the local population to fend for themselves. Property was seized, homes were repurposed, and anyone suspected of sympathising with the Patriots faced harassment or worse. For New Yorkers, survival meant navigating a precarious existence, caught between loyalty and survival. Tensions simmered between those loyal to the crown and those secretly aligned with the revolutionary cause, each side viewing the other with suspicion. In this charged environment, espionage flourished. Patriots and loyalists alike engaged in acts of sabotage, covertly gathering intelligence or striking against one another. Among the most famous of these spies was Nathan Hale, a young schoolteacher who volunteered to infiltrate British lines. Captured during his mission, Hale was sentenced to death, and his final words before his execution became legendary. self-sacrifice became a symbol of American courage and commitment, inspiring those who continued the fight. With New York firmly in British hands and the Continental Army suffering from heavy losses, the future looked bleak. Yet, Washington refused to abandon the cause. He knew that the road ahead would be grueling, marked by more hardships and bitter winters. In the coming months, his leadership would be tested like never before, as he and his men faced the bitter cold and crushing scarcity at Valley Forge. The trials of battle had been harsh, but it was at Valley Forge that the real test of endurance would begin. The winter of 1777 to 1778 at Valley Forge is remembered as one of the most harrowing chapters in the American Revolutionary War, a time that tested the very spirit of the Continental Army. As the icy winds swept through Pennsylvania, thousands of Washington soldiers huddled together in makeshift huts, enduring bitter, cold, hunger, and illness with an unyielding sense of purpose. Supplies were painfully scarce, the morale dwindling as snow piled high, and freezing temperatures locked the camp in an unforgiving grip. Many of these men, reduced to mere shadows of themselves, had no boots or blankets, leaving their bare, bleeding feet to press into the frozen ground. They wrapped whatever rags they could scavenge around frostbitten toes and fingers, though it was little defence against the relentless chill. For these soldiers, life at Valley Forge was a daily struggle against death itself. Disease ravaged the camp, with dysentery, pneumonia, and smallpox spreading mercilessly through the ranks. The crude shelters they had fashioned from logs and mud offered little warmth, and inside each hut, soldiers lay weak, shivering, and feverish. An estimated 2,500 would not survive the winter, succumbing to illness that swept through the camp like wildfire. One surgeon, Dr. Albergins Waldo, famously remarked, "You might have tracked the army from White Marsh to Valley Forge by the blood of their feet." His words captured the haunting reality of soldiers' suffering, their steps marked by bloody prints in the snow, each one a testament to the quiet endurance that came to define the Continental Army. While his men languished, Washington fought a different battle of his own, one of desperate appeals and fierce loyalty to his cause. He wrote countless letters to Congress, pleading for food, clothing, and medicine, begging for the support his soldiers so desperately needed. His frustration was palpable as he struggled against bureaucratic inaction, forced to face the cruel truth that the fledgling government lacked the resources or, at times, the will to meet his requests. Washington's words grew increasingly urgent, yet often went unanswered, leaving him to rely on his own ingenuity and the sparse generosity of local supporters. Washington's presence among the men, however, was a balm in the bleakness. In every sense, he lived alongside his soldiers. He shared in their suffering, eschewing the relative comfort of nearby quarters to endure the same hardships they faced. Each day he walked among the tents and huts, speaking with his men, reassuring them, giving what little hope he could muster. His stoic resolve served as an anchor in the face of despair, earning him a loyalty that no decree or order could command. Washington's patience and steadfast belief in the cause kept his men united, preventing an army on the verge verge of disintegration from breaking. Then, just when hope seemed a distant memory, a new figure emerged at Valley Forge. In February 1778, a seasoned Prussian officer named Baron Friedrich von Steuben arrived, bringing with him a fresh wave of possibility. Von Steuben took one look at the battered army and saw its potential. He saw men, raw and untrained, yearning for leadership, and he knew he could help mould them into a force capable of withstanding the British juggernaut. The rough beginnings at Valley Forge did not daunt him, rather they emboldened him. Von Steuben immediately set to work, instilling discipline with a blend of military precision and genuine encouragement. The training regimen he devised was rigorous, and the troops responded with newfound vigour. They drilled in formation, learning to march in step, to move as one body, a vital skill for any successful army. Von Steuben introduced bayonet techniques that would later become instrumental in battle, turning raw recruits into soldiers who could hold their ground under the harshest conditions. He spoke no English, yet his presence communicated authority and belief in the men's capacity to transform. Often, he would shout commands in a blend of French and German, with curses in any language he could muster, which was then translated by his aides to bemused but willing soldiers. Alongside his practical instruction, von Steuben drafted a manual, a blueprint of discipline and tactics that would become the foundation for the US Army's training protocols. He crafted his teachings to suit the unique needs of the Continental Army, recognizing that these men were fighting for more than pay or glory. They were fighting for a new nation's freedom. This army, he proclaimed with confidence, will make the British pay for the suffering they inflicted on us. Von Steuben's presence and dedication transformed the ragged men into a formidable fighting force, instilling pride and a hardened determination. By the time the snows melted and spring arrived, the Continental Army was unrecognisable. They were no longer the weary, desperate soldiers who had limped into Valley Forge months before. They marched in formation, their bayonets gleaming in the sun, moving with precision and purpose. Washington looked upon them with pride. They had endured the harshest winter and emerged stronger, their transformation a testament to resilience and their leaders' belief in them. With von Steuben's training, these soldiers were now prepared to stand toe-to-toe with the British, their spirits renewed and their skills sharpened. Valley Forge had become not just a winter camp, but a crucible of American strength. Washington's leadership had not merely kept his army intact, it had moulded it into something altogether new, something capable of carrying the hopes of a nation. His example fortified the army's spirit, teaching them that sacrifice, unity, and unbreakable resolve were their strongest weapons. To see men without clothes to cover their nakedness, without blankets to lie on, submitting without a murmur, he later reflected, struck by their unwavering patience and obedience. In these men, Washington saw the seeds of a free nation, even as they stood on the edge of survival. The legacy of Valley Forge would live on in the hearts of these soldiers, just an army. They were a brotherhood forged in suffering, bound by the relentless pursuit of liberty. But Washington knew that skill alone would not win the war. As spring turned to summer, he recognized that traditional battlefield tactics had proven costly, that meeting the British head-on risked the destruction of all they had built. The time had come for a new approach, one as unconventional as the dream they fought for. In the shadowed woods and winding rivers of the American colonies, a new kind of warfare was taking shape. By 1776, Washington's army had endured a string of brutal defeats, from the loss at Long Island to the British occupation of New York. Traditional combat against the well-trained, well-supplied British forces had proven devastating, exposing the Continental Army's vulnerabilities and lack of resources. The British marched in lines, drums beating, bayonets flashing, an intimidating show of force. Washington's army, by contrast, was a mismatched collection of farmers and craftsmen, spirited but unseasoned, many fighting with little more than muskets and resolve. Realizing the futility of meeting the British on their terms, Washington began to reconsider his strategy. He knew his soldiers couldn't win by conventional means, but perhaps they could turn their weaknesses into strengths. So, Washington adapted. Rather than face the British head-on, he embraced guerrilla tactics that could strike at the heart of the enemy's weaknesses. Ambushes, night raids, and targeted assaults on supply lines became the new tools of the Continental Army. The terrain was an ally. Dense forests, rivers, and swamps provided ideal cover for surprise attacks and swift retreats. This approach was unorthodox, even risky, but it was also Washington's best chance to keep his army intact and keep the British unsettled. His men were learning to vanish into the trees, to reappear when least expected, to fight as shadows. We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again, said Nathaniel Greene, capturing the spirit of an army that refused to stay down. This new strategy was one of resilience and relentless disruption, aimed at frustrating and exhausting the British forces wherever they dared to tread. Few men exemplified these tactics as boldly as Francis Marion, the so-called swamp fox of South Carolina. Marion was a master of the hit-and-run style of warfare, using his intimate knowledge of the swampy backcountry to strike at British patrols, then melt back into the wilderness. His familiarity with every river bend and forest path allowed him to harass the British with near impunity. To the enemy, Marion was an elusive phantom, appearing without warning, wreaking havoc, and vanishing before they could mount a defence. Marion's small band of men became legendary for their nighttime raids, ambushing British troops, seizing supplies, and disrupting vital communications. Every time they struck, they reminded the British that the Americans were not beaten. They were watching, waiting, and ready to pounce. Marion's successes inspired other leaders within the Continental Army to adopt similar guerrilla methods. The British, accustomed to orderly rows of soldiers and predictable battlefields, found themselves facing an enemy that attacked from all sides. Guerrilla tactics forced them to divert resources to protect their supply lines, stretching their already thin forces across a vast, hostile landscape. opportunity. Night after night, the Americans struck in the quiet of a campfire or the shadows of a supply convoy. British soldiers, who once marched with confidence, began to dread the possibility of ambush around every corner. The constant harassment had a profound impact on British operations and morale. Frustration grew among British commanders, who found their forces bogged down, unable to secure their positions or even sleep soundly. Aware that their enemy lurked unseen, British soldiers were forced to guard every movement with caution, knowing that any misstep could invite sudden, bloody conflict. The British found themselves in a battle not just against men, but against an entire landscape that seemed to conspire against them. Forests, rivers, and even the night itself became allies of the Continental Army, sheltering the Americans as they struck from hidden places. Over time, the British came to realise that this guerrilla warfare was not merely a passing nuisance, it was a genuine threat to their control. They had arrived expecting to quash a simple rebellion with shows of power and precision. But now, as resources were drained and soldiers' spirits were worn down by constant vigilance, it became clear that victory would not come easily. The Americans' unconventional approach had proven that the British couldn't secure dominance through traditional military means alone. Each attack, every ambush, was a reminder that America's vast, rugged terrain and its determined fighters would not be subdued. But as much as Washington valued guerrilla tactics, he understood that he needed a decisive moment, a victory that could reignite the hopes of his army and rally support among his countrymen. The scattered successes of the guerrilla campaigns were essential, but they weren't enough to turn the tide. Washington knew that his army needed more than just resilience and cunning. They needed to show the world, and perhaps even themselves, that they could triumph against the might of the British Empire. So, as winter's chill settled over the Delaware River, he began to lay plans for an audacious, high-stakes attack that would catch his enemy off guard and revive the struggling spirit of his revolution. The winter of 1776 brought darkness and doubt into the American cause. The Continental Army was battered, demoralised, and outmatched by the British forces that had taken New York and forced Washington's troops into retreat. By December, many believed the revolution was on its last legs. Washington, however, had other plans. Despite his army's setbacks, he saw an opportunity for a bold strike, a chance to reignite the flames of rebellion. On Christmas night, under cover of darkness and the bitter bite of a winter storm, Washington would make a daring move across the icy Delaware River to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting Hessian forces stationed at Trenton. The conditions were punishing. Icy winds whipped against the faces of Washington's soldiers as they gathered along the riverbanks, clutching their muskets and pulling their threadbare coats tightly around them. The Delaware was choked with ice, the waters treacherous, and the night bitterly cold. Row by row, Washington's men loaded into flat-bottomed boats, their breaths visible in the frigid air as they gritted their teeth against the chill. The boats creaked and groaned as they cut through the ice, the current threatening to sweep them downstream with every pull of the oars. Washington stood at the helm, steadfast and resolute, his determination casting a quiet strength over his weary men. His password for the mission was simple yet potent: victory or death. Those words captured the stakes of the night's gamble, a reminder that failure was not an option if they hoped to sustain the revolution. Through sheer determination, they made it to the opposite shore, soaked and freezing, but ready. The hour was late, and the Hessians in Trenton had celebrated Christmas with food and drink, their guard lowered in the comfort of the holiday. Washington's men advanced silently, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the snow. In the early dawn, as the first light pierced the clouds, they struck. The Hessians, groggy and unprepared, were thrown into chaos as American soldiers stormed their positions with a relentless fervour. Muskets fired, smoke filled the air, and cries echoed through the streets of Trenton. Within an hour, the battle was over. Washington's forces had overwhelmed the enemy, capturing nearly 1,000 Hessian soldiers while suffering minimal casualties. The victory was swift and decisive, and it electrified the American cause. The victory was so sudden, so complete, and so unexpected, remarked Colonel John Fitzgerald, capturing the astonishment and triumph of the day. The news of Trenton spread like wildfire, breathing new life into the Continental Army and the Revolution itself. Soldiers who had been on the verge of desertion were emboldened to stay. Recruits who had hesitated now stepped forward, inspired by the victory. Trenton was more than a military win. It was a profound morale boost. The sense of despair that had hung over the army for months began to lift, replaced by a renewed determination. The British had viewed the Continental Army as a force on the verge of collapse, but Trenton proved that Washington's men were far from defeated. They had shown resilience, courage, and an ability to surprise even the most seasoned adversaries. Washington understood the power of this moment. He knew that a single victory could turn the tides of war, and he wasn't about to let this momentum slip away. Emboldened by the success at Trenton, Washington set his sights on another target: the British garrison at Princeton. The stakes were high. Another victory could solidify the Americans' grip on New Jersey and push the British forces back toward New York. Just days after the triumph at Trenton, Washington and his men embarked on a daring march to Princeton, moving through the night to avoid detection. Exhaustion tugged at the soldiers' bones, but the spark of victory urged them onward. They were led by a man whose confidence seemed to expand with each step, a man who had proven that the impossible was indeed within reach. At dawn on January 3rd, 1777, Washington's forces reached Princeton and encountered British troops marching out from town. The battle was fierce, with both sides clashing in open fields as the sun crept higher into the winter sky. In a decisive moment, Washington rode to the front lines, rallying his troops and urging them to stand firm. His presence was electrifying, a reminder of his unshakable commitment to the cause. As bullets flew around him, Washington stayed, steady and calm, his courage sparking a renewed energy in his men. The Americans surged forward, pushing the British back in a furious exchange of musket fire and bayonet charges. By the time the dust settled, the British forces had been routed, their retreat hastened by the relentless advance of Washington's soldiers. victory at Princeton was more than just another battlefield success. It was a strategic turning point. With the British pushed back toward New York, the Americans gained control over much of New Jersey, a critical area that allowed them to disrupt British movements and protect vital supply lines. For the British, it was a humiliating blow. General Howe, the British commander, would later describe the situation as a season of insurrection, rebellion, and almost of anarchy. The Americans had shown that they could hold their ground, even against a well-trained British army. Trenton and Princeton had not only shifted the course of the war, but had reshaped the very image of Washington's army. They were no longer a ragtag militia on the run. They were an organised force capable of striking back and winning. The impact of these twin victories was profound. Across the colonies, people heard of the triumphs at Trenton and Princeton and began to believe that the dream of independence might not be so far-fetched after all. Recruits poured into the Continental Army, eager to join the fight. Washington's daring gambits had captured the imagination of a fledgling nation, turning him into a symbol of resilience and defiance. His leadership had proven indispensable, his strategic brilliance clear for all to see. In a few short weeks, he had transformed a desperate situation into one filled with hope and possibility. But Washington understood that these victories, though crucial, would not be enough on their own. The British forces were still strong, their resources vast, and he knew that for the revolution to survive, they would need more than just battlefield success. With the Americans holding New Jersey, the struggle for independence had gained new momentum. Yet Washington recognized the importance of securing allies to support their cause. If they were to stand a chance against the might of the British Empire, they would need the backing of other nations, and so the seeds of diplomatic efforts began to take root. In 1776, the American Revolution was not only a fight against British forces, but also a fight for legitimacy. A fledgling nation, bound together by little more than shared grievances and the promise of liberty, needed allies if it was to survive against the greatest military power of the age. No one understood this better than Benjamin Franklin. The 70-year-old statesman was a master of diplomacy, armed with charm, wit, and a rare ability to turn the most reluctant of listeners into supporters. When he arrived in France in December 1776, Franklin was already somewhat of a celebrity, admired by the French for his intellect, his science, and perhaps more than anything, his humble American persona. With his plain dress and unpowdered hair, he played the role of the rustic philosopher perfectly, endearing himself to the French elite and captivating the public's imagination. Franklin's mission in France was clear: to win support for the American cause. But he didn't arrive in Paris with an army or a show of force. Instead, he wielded words as his weapon, skillfully navigating the salons of Paris, where aristocrats and intellectuals gathered to discuss politics, philosophy, and revolution. He knew that France's rivalry with Britain ran deep, and he worked to stoke the embers of that animosity, painting the American struggle as one that could weaken their old enemy. With every dinner invitation he accepted and every conversation he had, Franklin subtly sowed the seeds of French sympathy for America. was one that aligned with France's own interests. Franklin's relationship with France's leaders was both delicate and complex. King Louis XVI, though wary of direct involvement in a colonial war, saw potential in the American cause. The young and energetic Foreign Minister, Charles Gravier, the Comte de Vergennes, was even more enthusiastic. Vergennes viewed the American conflict as a unique opportunity to cripple England and shift the balance of power in Europe. If we support America now, we cripple England, he reportedly remarked, seeing in the American Revolution a chance to avenge French losses from the 7 Years' War and reclaim France's prestige on the world stage. Franklin's persuasive charm and keen insight into European politics were proving indispensable. He was not simply an ambassador, but a bridge between two worlds, between an old monarchy and a new republic, united by mutual interests and a shared enemy. As Franklin worked to build connections with French leaders, his appeal spread among the French public as well. Parisians were fascinated by this American ambassador who defied the aristocratic norm, and Franklin became a symbol of the ideals of freedom and independence that resonated within French society. Writers and intellectuals saw in the American fight a reflection of their own desires for reform. The salons buzzed with talk of liberty, and French newspapers followed the events of the war with growing enthusiasm. Franklin's image, often depicted with his plain coat and humble demeanour, embodied the vision of a new world, inspiring support for the American cause, not just from the French elite, but from the people themselves. Yet, diplomacy was a careful dance. Franklin couldn't simply ask for troops and funds outright. He needed to demonstrate that the American cause was viable and worthy of investment. Reports of Washington's victories at Trenton and Princeton reached France at a critical moment, lending credibility to Franklin's appeals. These triumphs, he argued, were proof that the Americans were not only determined, but capable. France listened, and the first signs of support began to trickle in. The initial aid was subtle, conducted in shadows and whispers. France sent covert shipments of arms and funds to sustain the Continental Army, materials that kept the revolution alive during its most fragile stages. French ports quietly welcomed American ships, allowing them to trade and resupply, despite Britain's threats. This clandestine support was more than just a lifeline. It was a promise. It reassured Washington and the Continental Congress that they were not fighting alone. French gunpowder ignited American muskets, and French funds paid soldiers' wages, easing the burdens on an army stretched desperately thin. These covert acts of support hinted at a greater alliance yet to come. The French government, cautious of British retaliation, moved carefully, maintaining a thin veil of neutrality while subtly reinforcing American resistance. It was a balancing act, one that Franklin masterfully navigated, keeping hope alive with each shipment of supplies and every discreet letter of encouragement. But Franklin knew that material support, though invaluable, would not be enough to shift the scales fully in America's favour. He needed France's open commitment, a formal alliance that would not only provide military aid, but also signal to the world that America was a nation worth standing beside. Through endless discussions and strategic charm, Franklin built the foundation for what would soon become a full alliance, strengthening the ties between America and France with each carefully chosen word and every shared ambition. The seeds he planted in the salons and courtrooms of Paris were beginning to bear fruit, and the world watched as France inched closer to taking an open stand. In February 1778, Franklin's efforts finally culminated in a breakthrough. The Treaty of Alliance was signed between the United States and France, marking a turning point in the Revolutionary War. For the first time, an established European power officially recognized American independence and agreed to support it with military force. French ships would soon cross the Atlantic, bringing seasoned troops and supplies, while French commanders, inspired by the promise of liberty, prepared to join the American fight. The alliance not only bolstered the Continental Army, but also forced Britain to divert resources as they now faced the threat of a global war. The tides of the revolution had shifted, and Franklin's work had set the stage for a new era in America's struggle for independence. This alliance, born of patience, charm, and determination, would prove crucial in the battles that lay ahead. Franklin's success in France was a testament to the power of diplomacy and the potential of alliances to change the course of history. America now had a partner, a powerful friend, willing to fight alongside them in the face of British dominance. As the alliance took shape, the Continental Army prepared to move forward with renewed vigour, knowing that a world beyond its borders was invested in its success. In August of 1776, the British Empire set its sights on New York, determined to break the spirit of the revolution by capturing this vital city. For General William Howe, New York wasn't just a city, it was a critical piece of the puzzle, a gateway that could split the colonies in half and crush the rebellion from within. As Howe saw it, New York was a key, a point of vital importance to the success of our cause. With control of the Hudson River, the British could sever communication and supply routes, weakening the colonies' unity and cutting the revolution at its roots. Howe didn't come to New York lightly. He brought the full force of the British Empire with him. Over 32,000 well-trained soldiers, backed by a powerful navy, gathered in the harbour. It was an imposing display of Britain's might. I can only imagine how terrifying it must have been for the Continental Army, watching the redcoats and their ships fill the harbour, knowing they were about to face one of the world's most formidable forces. The British believed that this show of strength, combined with a quick capture of New York, would end the rebellion in one powerful blow. Across the battlefield, General George Washington was prepared to make a stand. Despite knowing his army was outnumbered and outgunned, he couldn't bear the thought of surrendering New York without a fight. His soldiers were mostly farmers, shopkeepers, and craftsmen, not professional soldiers, but they had a fire in them, a belief that they were fighting for something bigger than themselves. Washington held his ground, positioning his troops around Brooklyn Heights, hoping that the terrain and his determination could somehow level the playing field. But when the Battle of Long Island unfolded, the British showed just how powerful they were. Using a masterful flanking manoeuvre, Howe's forces surrounded Washington's troops, trapping them and inflicting heavy losses. The Continental Army was overwhelmed. I can picture Washington watching helplessly as his men, undertrained and outmatched, fell to the disciplined advance of British forces. Among those caught in the assault was General Sterling, who fought valiantly but couldn't hold against the British onslaught. It was a painful and humbling defeat, one that underscored the sheer might of the empire they were up against. Yet, amid the devastation, a miracle of sorts took place. As night fell, Washington made a daring decision. He would retreat under the cover of darkness, ferrying his army across the East River to avoid capture. Against all odds, a dense fog settled over the river, concealing their movements and allowing them to escape undetected. Row by row, soldiers crossed the water, slipping past the British in silence. Reflecting on the miraculous escape, Washington would later say, "The hand of Providence has been so conspicuous in all this. It was a close call, but one that breathed a bit of hope back into the weary troops." Despite the escape, Washington felt the sting of defeat. "I think the game is pretty near up," he admitted, a rare glimpse into the weight of his responsibility. It was clear how much he was sacrificing and how daunting the road ahead appeared. But even in despair, Washington's resolve remained. He knew he couldn't give up. Not now. Not with so much at stake. His resilience would be tested over and over, but his determination to keep fighting was unbreakable. With New York in British hands, the city transformed under occupation. British troops fortified their positions, turning New York into a military stronghold from which they launched raids and scouting missions. It wasn't just a city anymore. It was a fortified base, a constant threat to the surrounding colonies. For the British, New York became a critical hub, a place to organise and plan their next moves against the rebels. For those who stayed in New York, life under British control was harsh. Food became scarce. Homes were taken over, and anyone with suspected patriot sympathies lived in constant fear. Civilians faced harsh treatment, forced to choose between loyalty to the crown or allegiance to the revolutionary cause. New Yorkers were divided, with patriots and loyalists eyeing each other warily, each side seeing the other as a threat. Espionage flourished in the city's shadows, as both sides engaged in acts of sabotage and intelligence gathering. One of the most famous of these spies was Nathan Hale, a young teacher who volunteered to gather intelligence behind British lines. He was captured and executed, and his final words, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country," became a rallying cry for the patriot cause. Even as the British settled into their stronghold, Washington was regrouping. The loss of New York was a bitter blow, but he knew this fight was far from over. The Continental Army would need to endure many hardships and sacrifices in the months to come. The fall of New York was just one battle, and Washington was determined that it wouldn't define the outcome of the war. In the next episode, we'll explore the turning points of the Revolutionary War, the pivotal moments of courage and resilience that would eventually reshape the fate of the colonies. I hope you'll join me as we continue this journey through history, tracing the steps of those who fought, persevered, and changed the course of a nation. of resilience, a battle for freedom that drove men and women to the edge of endurance. By 1777, what had begun as a bold declaration of defiance had spiralled into a brutal struggle with no clear end in sight. In those early years, the British Empire, with its vast resources and disciplined forces, seemed unstoppable. Battle after battle, they pressed on, capturing cities, breaking spirits, and leaving the dream of independence dim and distant. For the Continental Army, survival itself felt like a victory. Under-equipped, under-trained, they were learning hard and bitter lessons on the battlefield, struggling to find unity and a sense of purpose as doubt and fear grew. Yet, even in those dark hours, something extraordinary was taking shape. The years from 1777 to 1780 were crucial. It was during this time that the army started to mature, moving beyond mere survival to a newfound strength and determination. Across the Atlantic, a shift was happening in Europe too. Nations that had watched the American cause from a distance began to see the rebellion in a new light. They saw an opportunity to challenge Britain's dominance, to level the scales of power. This wasn't just about American independence anymore. This was the beginning of an international struggle, one that would turn a colonial rebellion into a global conflict. Welcome to ASMR History. Today, in episode 4 of my 6-part series on the American Revolution, we're diving into the pivotal moments that changed everything. We'll trace the impact of events like the Saratoga Campaign, the French Alliance, Britain's strategic pivot to the south, and the global alliances that turned this war on its head. Our journey begins with the Battle of Saratoga, a victory that would light a spark of hope and set the stage for a revolution no one could ignore. British General John Burgoyne's plan was bold, some might say foolhardy. He envisioned a powerful stroke that would end the American Revolution in one decisive blow. By cutting off New England from the rest of the colonies, he believed he could isolate and crush the heart of the rebellion, dividing and weakening the fledgling American forces. The strategy seemed sound on paper. His troops would advance southward from Canada through the thick forests and rugged wilderness of upstate New York. They would link up with British forces moving northward from New York City, pinching the colonies in a vice that would force them into submission. Confident in the might of the British military and his own ability to lead, Burgoyne set forth with a meticulously planned campaign, sure that his army's march would be the turning point in Britain's favour. Yet, as Burgoyne's forces moved deeper into the American wilderness, the elegant simplicity of his plan began to crumble against the harsh realities of the land and the unexpected resilience of the American forces. The wild, untamed terrain of upstate New York was an enemy all its own. Towering trees stretched endlessly, their dense canopies blocking sunlight and creating a disorienting maze for British soldiers unfamiliar with the landscape. Rivers sliced through the terrain, and vast swamps lay waiting to toll on their strength and spirit. The pace was agonizingly slow, and the British soldiers soon realized that they were not only fighting Americans, but also the land itself. The grueling march was compounded by the relentless harassment of American forces, who understood the land far better than Burgoyne's men. Local militias, made up of farmers, hunters, and scouts, knew every path and stream, every hidden vantage point. They moved like ghosts, appearing seemingly out of nowhere to strike, and then vanishing back into the trees before the British could organise a counterattack. These American fighters used guerrilla tactics, ambushing British soldiers, sabotaging supply lines, and felling trees across the narrow forest paths to block Burgoyne's advance. It was a strategy of attrition, aimed at wearing down the British soldiers' bodies and spirits as they trudged forward, foot by painful foot. The wilderness itself became a weapon in the hands of the Americans. The dense undergrowth and twisted paths offered perfect cover for militia attacks, allowing them to bleed Burgoyne's forces dry without ever engaging in open battle. American scouts observed every British movement, waiting patiently for vulnerable moments to strike. Ambushes were swift and brutal, striking fear and frustration into Burgoyne's men, who soon found themselves facing not only visible enemies, but an omnipresent, invisible force lurking in the shadows. Supplies began to dwindle as the supply lines became stretched and vulnerable to American raids. Food ran low and ammunition grew scarce. Each mile gained required a staggering cost in time, resources, and morale, and every skirmish reminded Burgoyne's troops that their enemy had no intention of fighting by the rules of traditional warfare. For Burgoyne's men, who had entered the campaign with optimism and confidence, the constant attacks, the grueling pace, and the endless wilderness began to sap their spirits. Every tree, every bend in the road became a potential danger, a place where American fighters might be waiting. Exhaustion took its toll as they hacked through the forest day after day, and fear became a constant companion. Burgoyne's well-crafted strategy was unravelling, not because of any great battle, but through the relentless strain of marching, fighting, and surviving in a land that seemed to conspire against them. By the time they reached the battlefield at Saratoga, Burgoyne's army was battered, depleted, and demoralised, far from the formidable force he had envisioned leading to victory. September 19, 1777, marked the first major clash at Freeman's Farm, a pivotal battle that would signal the beginning of the end for General Burgoyne's ambitious campaign. The American forces, under the command of Benedict Arnold and Daniel Morgan, knew they were outnumbered and outgunned by the British regulars. A direct assault would be disastrous, but they understood that they had one powerful advantage. They knew the land and could move with agility through the woods and hills surrounding the farm. Rather than engage in traditional line warfare, they chose a strategy of guerrilla-style skirmishes, harassing the British with quick, fierce strikes, and then melting back into the trees. It was a style of combat that bewildered the British, who were accustomed to orderly battles on open fields, and it played perfectly to the American strengths. At the forefront of the American assault were Daniel long rifles that allowed them to target from afar, Morgan's men had one mission: to disrupt the British ranks by picking off officers and key personnel. One by one, British leaders fell, creating gaps in command that confused and disoriented the troops. The precision of Morgan's sharpshooters struck fear into the British ranks, breaking down their morale and sowing chaos as soldiers watched their officers fall. Meanwhile, Benedict Arnold, ever fierce and driven, pushed his men into relentless attacks, urging them forward with a mix of bravado and charisma. His energy on the battlefield was contagious. Even as the British held their ground, they faced a relentless onslaught from the Americans, who fought with a passion and determination that belied their smaller numbers. By the end of the day, the British technically held the field, but the cost of their victory was staggering. The casualty count was far higher than Burgoyne had expected, with many of his finest soldiers dead or wounded. Freeman's Farm was less a victory and more a harbinger of the difficulties that lay ahead. The British forces, now depleted and shaken, were left to ponder the toll of fighting an enemy willing to use every trick, every piece of ground, and every ounce of courage to wear them down. Morale among Burgoyne's men began to erode, and the realities of their isolated position in hostile territory grew more ominous. 3 weeks later, on October 7th, the two armies clashed again in the Battle of Bemis Heights, a confrontation that would seal Burgoyne's fate. By now, the American forces had dug in and fortified their positions with the help of Thaddeus Kosciuszko, a Polish military engineer whose strategic mind transformed the battlefield. Kosciuszko had directed the construction of defensive lines that took advantage of the high ground, creating a layered defence that forced the British to advance uphill and across rough terrain. The ridges and natural barriers around Bemis Heights became impenetrable fortresses, with American forces well protected behind earthworks, trees, and ridgelines that Kosciuszko had reinforced. As the British advanced, they were forced to fight uphill against a well-entrenched enemy, turning the battlefield into a brutal uphill slog where every inch cost them dearly. Amidst this fierce battle, Benedict Arnold, who had been relieved of his command due to disputes with his superiors, could not stand idly by. Driven by a fierce desire to see the British defeated, Arnold defied orders and charged headlong into the fray. Ignoring the formalities of rank and command, he threw himself into the thick of the fighting, rallying American troops who were inspired by his audacity. Arnold's boldness was contagious, and his presence on the battlefield reinvigorated the American forces. With a mixture of raw courage and tactical brilliance, he led a charge that broke through the British lines, creating a breach that sent shockwaves through Burgoyne's troops. British soldiers, already worn down by Freeman's Farm and the grueling march that preceded it, faltered in the face of Arnold's unrelenting assault. The Americans seized on the opportunity, pressing forward with renewed vigour. As Arnold's men surged into the British defences, the tide of the battle decisively turned. Burgoyne's forces, battered and exhausted, could no longer withstand the relentless American push. The British lines broke, and chaos swept through their ranks, drained of resources, was left with no path forward and no hope of victory. Forced into retreat, Burgoyne's army limped back, demoralised and desperately short on supplies. Surrounded by American forces and cut off from reinforcements, Burgoyne saw no way out. On October 17th, 1777, he surrendered his entire force to the American General Horatio Gates in a moment that would resonate throughout the colonies. Burgoyne's surrender was a powerful symbol. As he presented his sword to Gates, it was more than just the end of a campaign. It was the first major sign that the American cause could indeed succeed. Across the colonies, the news sparked celebrations, reviving spirits and renewing hope. This victory showed Americans that even the mighty British Army could be defeated, sparking a surge of confidence that would fuel the war effort for years to come. The impact of Saratoga reached far beyond the battlefields of New York. This victory became a beacon, a signal to the world that the American cause was not a lost one. European powers, particularly France, had watched the struggle with interest, but had been hesitant to support what seemed like an uphill and possibly hopeless fight. Saratoga changed everything. Here was proof that the Americans could stand toe-to-toe with the British and emerge victorious. It was enough to convince France that an alliance with the American colonies was not only viable but essential. This triumph set the stage for a diplomatic breakthrough that would reshape the Revolutionary War, drawing France into the conflict and turning a local rebellion into a truly international war. In the candlelit salons and gilded halls of Paris, one of history's most pivotal alliances was being forged. French nobility gathered beneath opulent chandeliers and frescoed ceilings, their whispers and curious glances trailing Benjamin Franklin, the unlikely diplomat who had captured their imaginations. Franklin, with his modest attire and unpowdered hair, stood in stark contrast to the elaborate dress and courtly manners of the French elite. Yet his simplicity was a refreshing novelty, lending him an air of authenticity that Parisian society found irresistible. Franklin understood that to secure French support for the American cause, he needed to do more than simply present his case. He needed to charm, intrigue, and inspire. His intelligence and warmth, wrapped in a persona that seemed both rustic and wise, turned him into a sensation, a symbol of the rugged individualism and pioneering spirit that defined the American struggle for freedom. Parisian society buzzed with excitement over this strange, charismatic man from across the ocean, a man who brought tales of a people fighting for liberty against a powerful empire. Franklin's presence became magnetic. He moved through salons with ease, capturing the admiration of writers, philosophers, and the French nobility alike. To many, he embodied the ideals of the Enlightenment: reason, progress, and the belief that individuals had the right to shape their own destinies. French intellectuals saw in Franklin's America a daring experiment, a chance to test the very principles they had long debated. Soon he became the darling of Paris, celebrated at gatherings and dinners, even inspiring a fashion for Franklin-style spectacles and fur caps. Franklin was no longer testament to the audacity and ideals that had captivated the world. Yet, for all the admiration Franklin received, winning the support of King Louis XVI and his advisors was no easy task. The king, a cautious ruler by nature, saw both promise and peril in the American cause. Aiding a colonial rebellion against Britain, France's long-time adversary, was tempting but fraught with risk. Supporting the Americans could provoke British retaliation, potentially drawing France into a costly war across the Atlantic. The king's advisors too were wary. They understood that such a move would entail significant financial and military commitment at a time when France's own resources were stretched thin. The stakes were immense, and for Louis, the decision hinged on a delicate balance of ambition and caution. Standing in Franklin's corner, however, was the shrewd Comte de Vergennes, France's foreign minister and a master strategist. Vergennes had studied Britain's global ambitions closely and saw an opportunity in America's fight for independence. He understood that by backing the Americans, France could strike at Britain in a way that would weaken his empire without directly engaging in European warfare. Vergennes saw beyond the immediate risks. He envisioned a broader strategy, one in which an American victory would tilt the balance of power, eroding Britain's influence and positioning France as the benefactor of a new republic across the ocean. He also knew that the alliance needed to be presented to the king not merely as an act of charity, but as a calculated move that could bring prestige, influence, and economic opportunities back to France. Months passed as Vergennes worked tirelessly behind the scenes, framing the American cause as more than a distant rebellion. It was France's golden chance to tip the scales against Britain. His persuasion was subtle but powerful, carefully guiding the French court toward the idea of a formal alliance. Franklin, meanwhile, continued to work his charm, meeting with French officials and society figures, reinforcing the idea that the American struggle for freedom was not only just, but inevitable. Every diplomatic success, every gathering in which Franklin inspired talk of liberty and resilience, pushed the court closer to the tipping point. Finally, in 1778, after months of negotiation, France made its move. King Louis XVI, swayed by Vergennes' strategy and Franklin's relentless diplomacy, formally committed to an alliance with the American colonies. The Treaty of Amity and Commerce and the Treaty of Alliance were signed, binding France to the American cause in a powerful pact that would change the course of the war. France's commitment was no small gesture. It meant financial support, military aid, and most crucially, the presence of the French Navy, which would later prove instrumental in the victory at Yorktown. The American cause, once seen as a tenuous rebellion, now had the backing of one of the most formidable powers in the world. For the Americans, the French alliance was a lifeline, a promise that they would not have to face the British Empire alone. French support brought not only resources, but hope, a sense that the fight for independence was truly within reach. The alliance breathed new life into the American Revolution, turning it from a colonial struggle into a global conflict. The formal backing of France emboldened the American on European soil and position them as champions of a new era of self-determination and freedom. By aligning with America, France took its place on the world stage as an advocate for liberty, even as it sowed the seeds of revolutionary fervour within its own borders. The French alliance, forged in the glittering salons of Paris and sealed by the determination of Franklin and Vergennes, would become one of the most consequential partnerships in history, shaping the fate of two nations and altering the global balance of power. With the stroke of a pen, France had become the essential partner America had desperately needed. The French contributions were sweeping, from bolstering naval power to infusing critical supplies into American ranks. One of the most significant contributions came from the formidable French Navy, which would soon disrupt British control of the seas. The French fleet, now a vital arm of the American war effort, began to target British supply routes with strategic precision. With British ships facing new threats on multiple fronts, the strain on their supply lines grew. This newfound naval support breathed life into the Continental Army, bringing much needed food, ammunition, and other supplies that allowed Washington's forces to survive in some of the war's most trying moments. But the alliance was more than ships and supplies. It was also the expertise and leadership of French officers like General Rochambeau, who arrived to lend both skill and discipline to the American forces. Rochambeau and his officers coordinated closely with Washington, providing not just tactical support, but a much-needed boost to the Continental Army's organisation and morale. French officers brought European military training to the battlefield, drilling American soldiers, raising their confidence and sharpening their effectiveness. The sight of French soldiers fighting alongside Americans on the front lines became a powerful symbol of international support, instilling hope that victory was possible. France's support extended to financial aid, a lifeline that sustained the Continental Army through harsh winters and countless resource shortages. The French treasury funneled funds into the American war chest, providing everything from muskets to uniforms. For the Continental soldiers, who often endured winters with worn-out clothes and scant food, these supplies were a godsend. Beyond material support, French funding enabled American forces to survive through financial droughts that might otherwise have spelled disaster. The war effort was no longer a matter of American endurance alone. It was a shared struggle backed by France's resources and commitment. France's entry into the war forced Britain into a radical re-evaluation of its strategy. Now, the British had to stretch their resources across a global battlefield, defending not only their interests in America, but also their vast empire overseas. French forces targeted British holdings in the Caribbean, challenging Britain's dominance in lucrative colonies that were the crown jewels of its empire. British soldiers, who once focused solely on crushing the Continental Army, now had to contend with a multi-front war, juggling the defence of Caribbean plantations and European territory with the battle for American lands. This shifting focus meant that British forces in America lost reinforcements, facing prolonged campaigns with dwindling numbers and resources. By 1778, Britain was ready to shift its strategy in the American Revolutionary War. After years of grueling battles in the north, British commanders turned their attention southward, betting on a different approach to secure victory. The southern colonies, they believed, would be fertile ground for loyalist support. Wealthy plantations, powerful loyalist families, and a general sense of order had led British strategists to assume that the South would welcome their return with open arms. With a strong base of loyalists, they hoped to stabilise Georgia and the Carolinas, reclaiming them as British strongholds from which they could gradually work their way north. General Charles Cornwallis was the man assigned to bring this vision to life, leading a campaign that would both reclaim lost ground and establish a new centre of British control. Cornwallis's orders were clear: regain control over the southern territories, establish secure supply lines, and rally loyalists to join the British cause. Initially, the plan seemed sound. Savannah fell with little resistance, and British forces quickly moved into South Carolina, capturing Charleston in a decisive victory. But what the British hadn't anticipated was the strength and ferocity of the local resistance they would soon face. For the British Army, the campaign would quickly devolve into a frustrating and unpredictable struggle, plagued by ambushes, logistical nightmares, and a ruthless, invisible enemy lurking in the swamps and forests. In the dense forests of the Carolinas, the British met an unconventional but unyielding opponent: the local militias. Unlike the structured, disciplined Continental Army, these militias were unpredictable and deeply entrenched in the southern landscape. Leaders like Francis Marion, known as the Swamp Fox, orchestrated daring guerrilla campaigns, exploiting their knowledge of the terrain to hit the British where it hurt most. Marion's men moved swiftly and silently, striking supply lines and ambushing isolated British troops before vanishing back into the swamps. These militias embraced the guerrilla warfare tactics that kept the British forces constantly on edge, unsure when or where the next blow might fall. Cornwallis and his men found themselves caught in a shadow war, where the enemy was everywhere and nowhere. The relentless harassment of British forces became a nightmare. Supplies were crucial, yet every shipment was at risk. British convoys were ambushed along narrow, twisting roads. Critical supplies were raided or destroyed. Even the night offered little reprieve. Militia forces launched surprise attacks under the cover of darkness, rattling British camps and sapping their morale. For Cornwallis, the task of securing the South turned from a logistical campaign to a psychological battle. Every day brought new losses, new frustrations, and a growing sense of isolation. British soldiers, unfamiliar with the swampy terrain, felt like strangers in a hostile land, where every shadow hid a threat, every path was a potential trap. This guerrilla warfare had another, more insidious impact. It forced the British to adopt increasingly harsh measures in an attempt to stamp out resistance. British troops began burning homes and farms suspected of aiding the Patriots, punishing local populations in hopes of cutting off the militia's support. But rather than pacifying the countryside, these brutal tactics only turned more colonists against them. Many who had once remained neutral or even leaned loyalist began to see the British as invaders rather than protectors. Instead of rallying support, British actions fueled resentment, driving more Southerners into the arms of the Patriot cause and swelling the ranks of the militias. The South was not a unified bastion of loyalist support that Britain had hoped to find. It was a patchwork of conflicting loyalties, with fierce divisions between patriots and loyalists that created a civil war atmosphere. Neighbours turned against neighbours, with skirmishes breaking out in towns and villages as local militias clashed with loyalist forces. In this chaotic environment, the British found themselves caught in the crossfire of deeply personal conflicts that had been brewing for years. Cornwallis's forces, instead of being welcomed by loyalist allies, often found themselves caught between hostile patriots and embittered loyalists who expected British protection but received little in return. These complexities revealed just how flawed Britain's southern strategy truly was. Cornwallis and his commanders had failed to grasp the intricate social and political dynamics of the South. They had assumed that loyalist support would be waiting for them, but the reality was far messier. The Patriot resolve was deeply entrenched, and loyalist support proved fractured and unreliable. Instead of finding allies, the British faced hostility, resistance, and a region fraught with tensions that they struggled to navigate. In many ways, their campaign to win the hearts and minds of the southern colonies only served to ignite deeper hatred and resentment, with Cornwallis's campaign increasingly mired in guerrilla warfare, hostile locals, and strategic missteps. The stage was set for the British to face an even greater series of challenges in key battles that would test their endurance and shape the outcome of the war. In the coming years, from brutal clashes to decisive victories, the Southern theatre would become the crucible in which both sides would press their final bids for dominance. In the blistering summer heat of June 1778, the Continental and British armies faced off in what would become one of the most grueling engagements of the Revolutionary War, the Battle of Monmouth. The day began under a relentless sun, with temperatures soaring so high that soldiers on both sides collapsed from heat exhaustion, some never to rise again. Men and horses struggled against the oppressive warmth, and the very air felt heavy with the weight of battle. As the Continental Army advanced, General George Washington rode alongside his men, eyes sharp with determination. When the moment came to hold their ground against a British counterattack, Washington's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Stand fast, my boys." It was a rallying cry that would reverberate through the ranks and echo down the corridors of history. The Battle of Monmouth was the first major engagement after the winter at Valley Forge, where the Continental Army had undergone a rigorous transformation under the watchful eye of Baron von Steuben, a Prussian officer brought in to drill the troops. Von Steuben's training paid off that day. The soldiers fought with a discipline and tactical skill they had never shown before, standing shoulder to shoulder and manoeuvring with precision once seen as little more than a band of rebellious farmers, had proven it could stand toe to toe with the might of the British Empire. Monmouth wasn't just a battlefield, it was a proving ground for Washington's forces, instilling confidence that would fuel their resolve through the long war still to come. While Monmouth showcased the strength of the American spirit, the British quickly recalibrated their approach, setting their sights on a strategic target in the south. In 1780, they launched a full-scale siege on Charleston, South Carolina, a key port city and symbolic stronghold in the colonies. The siege was meticulously planned, with British General Sir Henry Clinton leading a coordinated assault to choke off the city's defences and cut off any hope of reinforcement. British forces established their positions, closing in on Charleston inch by inch, tightening their grip as supplies dwindled and hope began to fade within the American ranks. After weeks of relentless bombardment and isolation, the defenders had little choice but to surrender. Over 5,000 American troops laid down their arms in what would be the largest single loss for the Continental Army during the war. The fall of Charleston sent shockwaves through the colonies. It was a devastating blow, one that temporarily shifted the momentum in Britain's favour and gave a boost to British morale. The capture of Charleston wasn't just a victory on paper, it represented a moment of triumph that echoed across the Atlantic, reigniting British confidence. Yet, the victory came at a high cost, sparking a brutal aftermath as loyalist and patriot forces clashed throughout the Carolinas. As British forces attempted to solidify their control, tensions boiled over into violent skirmishes, creating an atmosphere of civil war in the southern colonies. Neighbours became enemies, and the once idyllic countryside was torn apart by reprisals and counter-reprisals, as each side fought not only for territory, but for survival. Charleston may have fallen, but the fight for the South was far from over. Not long after the loss of Charleston, another painful defeat struck the American forces. At the Battle of Camden in August 1780, American General Horatio Gates, hailed as the hero of Saratoga, led his forces against the British in hopes of reclaiming lost ground in the south. But Camden would prove to be a disastrous miscalculation. Gates's troops, many of whom were untrained militia, faced off against British regulars under General Cornwallis. It was a mismatch from the start. The American forces faltered under the weight of the British advance, and as panic spread, the lines broke, sending the Continental soldiers into a chaotic retreat. Camden was not only a significant military loss, but a severe blow to American morale. The dream of quickly regaining the South had been shattered, leaving the Patriots to reconsider their strategy and rebuild their confidence after such a devastating setback. Yet, the Americans in the South were far from defeated. While formal armies clashed in major battles, the dense woods and winding rivers of the Carolinas became the stage for a different kind of warfare, one led by the local militias who knew the land better than anyone. Patriot fighters like Francis Marion, famously known as the Swamp Fox, utilised guerrilla tactics to wage a relentless campaign against British British forces. Marion's men moved quickly and struck hard, ambushing British patrols, sabotaging supply lines, and disappearing into the wilderness before the British could organise a response. These tactics turned the southern campaign into a constant thorn in the British side. Unlike open field battles, this guerrilla warfare was unpredictable, wearing down the British forces bit by bit and gradually shifting control back to the Patriots. These smaller skirmishes and relentless harassment laid the groundwork for a resurgence in Patriot control throughout the South. Each raid, ambush, and disruption weakened the British hold, proving that American resistance was resilient and adaptable. By the end of 1780, the Southern campaign had turned into a brutal struggle of endurance and resourcefulness. As the conflict intensified, international support became more critical than ever, with the French and other allies stepping up their efforts to assist the American cause in ways that would reshape the global balance of power. As the American Revolutionary War raged on, it became increasingly clear that this conflict was no longer confined to the battlefields of North America. By 1779, the war had expanded into a global struggle, with European powers stepping forward, each with their own reasons to challenge Britain's supremacy. Spain, a close ally of France, entered the fray with ambitions of its own. Spanish leaders saw the war as an opportunity to reclaim territories lost to Britain, including the valuable outpost of Gibraltar. With its prime location on the Mediterranean, Gibraltar represented both a strategic and symbolic prize. Spanish forces, under the direction of Bernardo de Galvez, governor of Spanish Louisiana, launched a series of successful campaigns against British holdings along the Gulf Coast, capturing forts in Florida and opening up crucial supply lines for the American cause. Spain's involvement added new pressure on Britain's overstretched resources, further complicating its efforts to maintain control over its far-flung empire. Meanwhile, the Netherlands offered invaluable support, particularly in the form of financial aid. Though officially neutral for much of the conflict, the Dutch sympathised with the American quest for independence and had long-standing commercial interests that often clashed with Britain's ambitions. Dutch bankers extended significant loans to the Americans, financing essential supplies, arms, and other resources that allowed the Continental Army to continue fighting through the toughest moments of the war. This financial backing, combined with indirect aid in the form of trade and supplies, provided a critical lifeline that kept the American war effort afloat. When Britain finally declared war on the Netherlands in 1780, it sparked yet another front in the global theatre, turning a colonial rebellion into a world-spanning conflict that forced Britain to confront enemies on every side. The entry of these new powers placed an immense strain on Britain's military and economic resources, already grappling with the challenges of fighting on unfamiliar terrain in North America. British commanders now had to defend key territories in the Caribbean, Asia, and the Mediterranean. Each new battlefront drained resources, from troops to ships to supplies, and the British government found itself under intense pressure to finance a war that its initial scope. The logistical challenge of sustaining a multi-front conflict was staggering. British ships, once rulers of the seas, now faced blockades and skirmishes that hampered their ability to maintain open supply lines to North America. Every shipment of food, ammunition, or reinforcements came at an escalating cost, with ships forced to dodge enemy fleets and privateers that patrolled the waters, ready to intercept. The financial toll on Britain was devastating. The costs of the war rose with each passing year, leading to massive debts and an economic downturn that stirred unrest at home. As the British government funneled more resources into the war, it faced the rising costs of supplies, mercenary contracts, and the salaries of troops stationed around the globe. The toll wasn't just economic. Morale among British forces began to wane as soldiers stationed far from home grappled with the hardships of a seemingly endless conflict. The British people too grew weary of the war's demands. With news of battles lost and taxes increased, public support for the conflict began to erode, creating a political crisis that made the situation even more untenable for Britain. As the war expanded, battles erupted across continents, spreading from the Caribbean to the coastlines of Africa and even to the Indian subcontinent. In the Caribbean, the British fought to protect their valuable sugar islands from the Spanish and French, leading to fierce naval clashes and bloody skirmishes. Each of these engagements pulled more British forces away from North America, weakening Britain's ability to concentrate on the American theatre. In Africa, colonial outposts and trade routes became battlegrounds as European powers sought to disrupt Britain's influence and reduce its profits from the lucrative slave and goods trades. Even in India, where Britain had established a stronghold, rival colonial powers sought to seize the moment and challenge British authority, further stretching British forces and splitting their focus. The result of this global engagement was a profound weakening of Britain's position in North America. The forces that remained in the American colonies were left to fend for themselves with dwindling resources and limited reinforcements. Loyalist support waned as even the most committed colonists began to doubt Britain's ability to protect them. With each passing month, British commanders struggled to maintain order and control in a land that grew more hostile and less forgiving. Britain's military might, once so fearsome, was now spread thin across the world's oceans and battlefields. As international support for the American cause intensified, the dream of independence no longer seemed like a distant hope. France, Spain, and the Netherlands had not only bolstered America's resources, but had turned the conflict into an empire-spanning war that drained Britain's strength and resolve. With these powerful allies at their side, the Americans were ready to make their final push for freedom. As the Revolutionary War drew to its dramatic and decisive conclusion, the American Revolution was a war of unexpected twists, marked by pivotal moments that transformed a fledgling rebellion into a fight for freedom that drew the world's attention. The early struggles painted a bleak picture for the Continental Army, but the tides began to shift with the Saratoga campaign. That hard-won proved that the Americans could defeat British forces and set the stage for the formal alliance with France, which changed the war's scope entirely. From that point on, the conflict was no longer a colonial skirmish, but a clash of global powers, with France's support and, later, the involvement of Spain and the Netherlands bolstering the American cause. In response, Britain adjusted its strategy, focusing on the south, where they hoped to rally loyalists and secure a stronghold. But here too, the Americans showed their resilience. Battles like Monmouth and the tragic fall of Charleston displayed the highs and lows of the conflict, as did smaller skirmishes and the guerrilla tactics of militia leaders like Francis Marion. With each clash, the Americans proved they would not surrender their cause. By 1780, Britain was fighting a war on multiple fronts, drained by the cost of defending a global empire. Meanwhile, the Patriots grew stronger, armed with international support, steely determination, and a dream of independence that would not be denied. As the Revolutionary War neared its final chapter, hope burned brightly for the Americans. The combined strength of the Continental Army and its allies signalled that Britain's hold on the colonies was slipping, that a new era was on the horizon. The tides were turning, and the Americans sensed victory within reach. In our next episode, we will journey to the south once more, where decisive battles would soon unfold, culminating in the Battle of Yorktown. This final showdown would seal the fate of the war, securing American independence and forever altering the course of history. In the humid heartlands of the American South, where red clay and swampy marshes blended with thick forests, the tide of the Revolutionary War was about to shift dramatically. The war had already taken a heavy toll on both sides, with each victory and loss echoing far beyond the battlefield. Men who had once lived as neighbours, brothers, even friends, now found themselves on opposite ends of muskets, entrenched in a conflict that would decide the fate of a new nation. But as the war dragged on, the British, confident in their disciplined armies and extensive resources, were about to discover the tenacity of a people unwilling to relinquish their dream of independence. In the south, the stage was set for a stunning transformation, one that would ultimately push the war toward its climactic finale. In the years leading up to this decisive southern campaign, the British had shifted their focus, pinning their hopes on the southern colonies, believing they'd find fertile ground for loyalty and order among the settlers there. With strategic ports and wealth aplenty, the South appeared to offer the foothold they needed to finally squash the revolution. But, as we will soon see, the colonies proved unpredictable, resilient, and deeply inspired by the idea of liberty. The battles that followed were unlike those in the north. Harsh guerrilla skirmishes, bold tactics, and relentless campaigns through dense forests and swampy backwoods. Here, in the south, the fate of the American Revolution would be decided, not in the polished manoeuvres of European-style warfare, but in the determined resistance of patriots who knew the terrain and fought for their homes. Welcome to episode 5 of my 6-part series on the American Revolution. Today, we'll plunge into the critical future of the revolution. Together, we'll unravel the strategies, triumphs, and setbacks that mark this chapter, bringing us to the dramatic siege of Yorktown. Whether you're joining us for the first time, or have been following each chapter of this journey, I'm thrilled to guide you through this turning point in American history. We've journeyed through the early, uncertain days of the Revolution, watched as colonial forces scored their first surprising victories, and observed as setbacks threatened to crush their spirit. Now, we arrive at a chapter filled with unexpected alliances, daring military maneuvers, and the unbreakable will of a people fighting for a cause they believed in to their very core. In our last episode, we followed the Continental Army through moments of hard-won progress, from the strategic retreats that saved their forces to the surprise victories that renewed their hopes. But the South, up to now, had remained largely untouched by the fiercest conflicts. That was about to change. As British forces began to pour into the southern colonies with a fierce determination to bring the colonies to heel, a new, intense chapter of the war unfolded. It was here, amidst the plantations, small towns, and rugged countryside, that the flames of revolution would burn brightest. Now, let's journey into the British focus on the South, where a dangerous game of strategy, loyalty, and grit played out, reshaping the future of the revolution and altering the course of history. The British, after years of bitter skirmishes in the northern colonies, turned their eyes southward with a fresh strategy, one rooted in the conviction that loyalist support would flow freely in the southern provinces. Sir Henry Clinton, commanding the British forces, put it bluntly in his report: "We have now to trust solely to the resources of ourselves and our friends in the southern provinces." It was a gamble, a high-stakes manoeuvre that aimed to rally loyalists, secure critical ports, and crush the revolution from its geographic edges inward. The British believed that southern hospitality would extend to their cause, providing both shelter and strength to their weary soldiers. But what Clinton and his officers failed to grasp was the fierce resolve brewing in these lands, a resolve that would not easily yield to British rule. The British were banking on a vast network of loyalist sympathisers, men and women who, they assumed, would stand by the crown and raise arms against their revolutionary neighbours. It was an assumption, however, rooted in misjudgment. Southern loyalties were not as firm as the British supposed, and the seeds of rebellion had taken root far and wide. The Virginia Gazette had published fiery declarations, the words of patriots who saw no alternative but to fight, even to the death, for their independence. One Virginian, echoing the fierce sentiment of his compatriots, declared, "We are resolved never to yield ourselves slaves to any man." Such sentiments were not confined to the pages of newspapers. They lived in the minds and hearts of farmers, tradesmen, and frontier families who knew that British rule meant subjugation. To the British, the southern colonies appeared divided, yet beneath this veneer of division lay a complex web of loyalties and grudges, built on generations of self-reliance and a fierce attachment to the land. These were men and women who had carved lives out of wilderness, who fought off enemies foreign and domestic, and who saw in independence a chance to preserve the way of life they had built with their own hands. The British under Clinton assumed existing tensions, offering security and stability to those weary of war. But the Southerners saw through the promise of peace, viewing it instead as a thinly veiled attempt to regain control over their lives, homes, and fortunes. With the British now focusing their attention here, the conflict turned neighbour against neighbour, family against family, in a way the war had not yet seen. The Loyalists who sided with the Crown believed their world depended on British governance, on the traditions and hierarchies that had long structured colonial life. But the Patriots, burning with revolutionary fervour, believed just as fiercely in their right to self-determination, to cast off the yoke of distant kings and tyrants. Southern towns and communities were split down the middle, creating a tension that simmered hotter with each passing day. The British would soon learn that fighting in the South wasn't merely about defeating an army. It was about facing a people who saw this struggle as a fight for their very souls. As the British armies moved into the southern colonies, they began to implement a harsh approach to crush any resistance, showing little mercy to those who dared to defy the Crown. Farms were burned, homes looted, and communities shattered under the weight of British raids. For many patriots, these acts solidified their hatred of British rule, transforming them from reluctant rebels to zealous warriors. The British viewed these tactics as necessary, a show of strength to stamp out any embers of resistance. But rather than extinguishing the fire, their actions only stoked it, fanning small rebellions into raging flames. For those Southerners who had remained ambivalent about the revolution, the British campaign became a clarifying force. The sight of British soldiers pillaging their land and punishing their neighbours turned many into ardent supporters of the revolution. They began to join the ranks of militia groups, swelling the numbers of those ready to fight. These weren't professional soldiers. They were farmers, shopkeepers, young men from towns and fields who knew their homeland intimately. They fought in ways the British hadn't anticipated, using guerrilla tactics, hit-and-run skirmishes, ambushes, and knowledge of the southern terrain to their advantage. In the backwoods and swamps, the colonists struck hard and fast, then melted back into the trees, leaving the British stumbling through unfamiliar forests and rough terrain. In the British officers' minds, the South was meant to be the fulcrum upon which they turned the revolution in their favour. It was supposed to be a bastion of loyalty and strength, the place where the rebel forces would finally be cut off from resources and support. Instead, it became a nightmare landscape of elusive enemies, devastating ambushes, and a populace unwilling to bend. Loyalist support was not only weaker than anticipated, it was more dangerous as patriot neighbours turned vengeful and communities became engulfed in personal vendettas layered over the broader war. The British forces began to realise that their fight in the south was not merely against Continental soldiers. It was against a resilient people who felt that the British occupation threatened their very way of life. In this southern theatre, the revolution took on a new intensity. These were battles not just for territory, but for the identity and future of a burgeoning nation. With each British advance, the American resistance only seemed to grow stronger, uniting a patchwork of militias and regulars soldiers in a shared cause. They were no longer fighting for abstract ideals written on parchment. They were defending the soil under their feet, the farms they had built, the communities they cherished, and the independence they believed they deserved. The next chapter of this southern struggle would reveal the daring courage of colonial forces as they took the fight to their British adversaries in battles that would become legendary. At places like King's Mountain and Cowpens, these patriots would show the British that their foothold in the south was far less stable than they had anticipated. The revolution was about to enter its most explosive phase. As British forces tightened their grip on the southern colonies, aiming to crush the rebellion once and for all, they soon found themselves ensnared in a nightmare of unconventional warfare. The southern campaigns unfolded like a series of traps, expertly laid by patriot forces who understood that the road to victory wouldn't be paved with formal lines of battle and European tactics. Here, the patriots relied on guerrilla warfare, unpredictable, relentless, and ruthless. With small, highly mobile militias, they struck where the British least expected, inflicting quick, brutal losses before vanishing into the forests and hills. These tactics, designed to exploit every strength of the rugged southern terrain, left the British struggling to adapt. The stage was set for two pivotal clashes: King's Mountain and Cowpens. These battles would shift the course of the revolution in ways the British had never anticipated. The Battle of King's Mountain marked a significant turning point in the southern theatre. Strategically perched on the border between the Carolinas, King's Mountain became the site of a patriot ambush that would shake British confidence. The British underestimated the backcountry militias, stubborn, self-reliant settlers who knew the land intimately and felt a personal stake in defending it. The British commander, Major Patrick Ferguson, had taunted them with a bravado that would seal his fate. He declared, "If you want to see your leaders, come out and fight," words that echoed across the frontier and rallied patriots from miles around. Ferguson, well aware that his position was tenuous, trusted in the strength of his men and the height of the mountain itself. But his overconfidence would prove his undoing. As dawn broke on October 7th, 1780, Patriot militia forces encircled King's Mountain, moving with the stealth and precision that had come to define their tactics. They closed in from all sides, scaling the slopes with practiced ease, moving through the trees like shadows. When they launched their attack, it was swift, brutal, and stunningly effective. The close-quarters combat that ensued was unlike anything the British regulars had encountered in the open fields and formal lines of the north. Here, surrounded and outmatched, Ferguson's men fought in desperate hand-to-hand clashes, the crack of muskets and the clash of steel echoing through the hills. The Patriots took full advantage of the terrain, exploiting every rock, tree, and rise for cover. They advanced in waves, retreating and regrouping as needed, refusing to give the British even a moment's reprieve. In a brutal display of tactics, honed by years of frontier skirmishes, they drew the British into a deadly trap, striking from all directions. Ferguson himself, clad in a striking checkered hunting shirt and mounted on horseback, patriot marksman. His determination to rally his men was met with unyielding resistance. Every move he made was matched by the patriots' relentless assault. By the end of the battle, Ferguson lay dead, his forces shattered. King's Mountain did more than eliminate a British force. It sent shockwaves through the British ranks. The news of Ferguson's defeat spread quickly, leaving British commanders to grapple with the sobering realization that their grip on the South was not as firm as they had thought. As one British officer would later lament, the destruction of Ferguson and his corps marked the first link in a chain of evils. The loss crippled British morale, demonstrating that patriot militias, often dismissed as unruly and untrained, could not only hold their own against British regulars, but decisively crush them. It was a victory that breathed new life into the patriot cause, inspiring further resistance and rallying new recruits to the fight. With the victory at King's Mountain, the patriots gained more than a tactical win. They reclaimed their spirit. This battle proved that the backcountry militias, though lacking the polish of a professional army, possessed a fierce resilience and cunning that could turn the tide of the war. Their triumph sent a powerful message across the colonies, galvanizing support and emboldening those who had begun to doubt the possibility of victory. The Southern Front, once viewed by the British as their stronghold, was now a battleground fraught with unexpected perils. The patriots were proving that they could and would resist, that the land itself, familiar, hostile, and unforgiving, was their ally. With momentum on their side, the patriots prepared for the next chapter in their campaign. General Daniel Morgan, a seasoned fighter who understood the tactics that had worked at King's Mountain, took the lead in planning another bold strike. Morgan was no stranger to unconventional warfare. He recognised that to keep the British on their heels, the patriots needed to remain unpredictable, to keep striking from the shadows, and to outmanoeuvre a British army that was growing wary yet determined. His focus turned toward a small, strategically placed field near Cowpens, where he intended to lure the British into a trap as cunning as the one sprung at King's Mountain. If King's Mountain had been a demonstration of the militia's skill, the Battle of Cowpens would reveal the genius of a well-planned tactical trap designed to exploit every weakness of the British forces. With the patriots fired up from their recent victory and Morgan's strategy honed to perfection, the battle would soon unfold in ways the British could scarcely imagine. The Battle of Cowpens, fought on a frosty morning in January 1781, stands as a masterstroke in military strategy, a meticulously crafted trap set by General Daniel Morgan to deliver a decisive blow to the British. Morgan, a veteran fighter, knew that Bunastri Tarleton, the impetuous British commander, favoured aggression and speed over caution. The Patriot general chose his ground wisely, selecting a field at Cowpens that provided ample opportunity to employ his unique strategy, a layered defence designed to exhaust and deceive the British. He organised his men in staggered lines, each one with a specific purpose. The militia, placed at the front, would deliver 2 volleys and then appear to retreat, drawing Tarleton's troops into the deadly trap Morgan had set. As Morgan rallied his men with the call, "Give them this battle could be the turning point they longed for. When the British began their advance, Tarleton drove his men forward, eager to crush the Patriot forces he assumed would falter under pressure. But Morgan's tactics proved brilliant in their simplicity. As the British closed in, the militia fired their first shots, catching Tarleton's men off guard. The second volley came just as the British steadied themselves, adding to their confusion. After a third volley, the militia executed their apparent retreat, falling back as Tarleton's forces surged forward, believing victory was within reach. In reality, they were marching into the teeth of Morgan's plan. With the British now fully committed, the second line of Patriot soldiers, seasoned Continentals, rose to meet them. Morgan's troops had positioned themselves on a slight rise, giving them a tactical advantage, and when the British charged uphill, they faced a relentless counterattack. Morgan ordered his men to stand firm, and the Continentals met the British assault with precision and determination. As the two lines clashed, a devastating Patriot counterattack unfolded, encircling Tarleton's forces. The British, outmanoeuvred and overwhelmed, faltered under the combined weight of musket fire and bayonets. Chaos ensued as Tarleton's lines broke and his troops scattered in disarray. Morgan's leadership shone throughout the battle as he moved calmly among his men, coordinating their efforts with the practiced hand of a seasoned soldier. In contrast, Tarleton found himself trapped in a nightmare of his own making. His confidence, so certain in the morning light, crumbled under the weight of defeat. By the battle's end, Patriot forces had routed the British, capturing hundreds of soldiers and inflicting a blow that would echo through the remainder of the campaign. Tarleton himself barely escaped, riding off to report a loss that would haunt him for the rest of his career. Reflecting bitterly, he would later write, "This victory has ruined my reputation and blasted all my hopes of future glory," revealing the depth of his humiliation and despair. The impact of Cowpens reverberated far beyond the battlefield. It was more than a tactical win. It was a victory that demoralized the British and validated the unconventional, resourceful approach of the Southern campaign. For the Patriots, Cowpens symbolized the strength of strategy over brute force and marked a shift in momentum. Word of the victory spread rapidly, filling the hearts of Patriots with renewed hope and emboldening them to continue their struggle. British forces, already stretched thin and grappling with the complexities of the southern landscape, felt the sting of Cowpens deeply. It shattered their confidence, undermining their faith in a campaign that once seemed so certain. The war in the south was no longer a series of strategic advances and simple conquests. It had become a grinding battle of attrition, where the British would find no peace, no foothold to steady themselves. As the smoke from Cowpens cleared, General Nathaniel Greene, the mastermind behind the Southern campaign strategy, was already preparing for the next move. Greene understood that victory would not come through a single decisive clash, but through a relentless campaign of attrition. His philosophy was simple yet profound. We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again. It was a mindset that captured patriots' unyielding resolve, a willingness to endure hardship and press on, no matter the odds. Green's approach was not to confront the British in open, head-on battles. Instead, he sought to stretch their forces, exhaust their supplies, and erode their morale with every encounter. In the wake of Cowpens, Greene initiated a campaign and manoeuvre, drawing British forces across the rugged landscapes of the Carolinas, compelling them to chase a patriot army that refused to be pinned down. Greene's strategy kept the British constantly on edge, wearing down their strength with each march and each minor skirmish. He recognised that his forces couldn't match the British in numbers or equipment, but they could outlast them, using the southern wilderness as both shield and weapon. This war of endurance brought Greene's army ever closer to Guildford Courthouse, a place that would soon host one of the campaign's most intense battles. As Greene led his troops forward, the British began to feel the weight of every step, every mile of rugged terrain, and every loss of resources. His strategy wasn't merely to win battles, but to bleed the British campaign dry, to push them to a breaking point where victory was not only improbable, but impossible. Guildford Courthouse would become the crucible in which this strategy of resilience and resourcefulness was tested, where Greene's tactics would prove their worth. Ahead lay the arrival of French allies, the convergence of forces, and the gathering storm that would culminate in the siege of Yorktown. As summer gave way to autumn in 1781, the American Revolution approached its climactic chapter along the shores of Virginia. For 6 grueling years, American and British forces had fought across the colonies, each battle edging the outcome closer to one side or the other. Now, in a bold and carefully orchestrated campaign, the combined might of American and French forces moved to bring an end to the conflict. The siege of Yorktown would not only showcase the tactical brilliance of General George Washington and French General Jean-Baptiste Rochambeau, but also the growing strength of an alliance that bridged continents. It was here, in Yorktown, that the dream of American independence would either rise triumphant or face its final bitter blow. The Franco-American strategy that brought the war to Yorktown was a masterpiece of collaboration and precise timing. General Washington, leading the Continental Army, understood that a victory would require more than sheer will. It needed a meticulously crafted plan, the support of French allies, and crucially, the element of surprise. Washington and Rochambeau, the brilliant French general who commanded forces on American soil, became trusted partners in a campaign that was both audacious and perilous. Together, they devised a plan to trap British General Charles Cornwallis and his forces at Yorktown, where the British had set up fortifications, believing reinforcements would soon arrive by sea. But Washington, with Rochambeau by his side, was determined to turn Cornwallis's expectations to dust. In his letter to the Continental Congress, Washington expressed his deep gratitude for the French support that made the campaign possible. It was a cooperative work in which both armies and the fleet took part. Without them, we could have done nothing. These were not hollow words. Rochambeau and his troops provided provided not only manpower, but also expertise in siege warfare, a critical advantage in the days to come. Rochambeau, understanding the stakes, remarked somberly, "The fate of America may well be decided in Virginia." With their goal set and a shared sense of purpose, the Franco-American forces moved south, marshalling every resource for the final strike. Integral to this grand strategy was the French Navy, commanded by Admiral Francois-Joseph Paul de Grasse. De Grasse's fleet sailed from the West Indies, arriving at Chesapeake Bay with a single purpose: to prevent the British from bringing reinforcements to Cornwallis. The success of the Yorktown campaign hinged on this naval blockade, which would cut off Cornwallis's last hope of escape or support. De Grasse, a man of honour and conviction, saw his role as more than mere duty to a foreign ally. He believed, as he later reflected in his memoirs, "Our success is tied to the cause of liberty. It is a matter of honour." His blockade held firm, repelling British ships and sealing Cornwallis's fate. Without this critical manoeuvre, the siege might never have taken place, and the revolution might have met an entirely different end. With de Grasse's ships securing the waters, Washington and Rochambeau led their troops to Yorktown. The air buzzed with tension as American and French forces closed in around the British defences, setting the stage for a siege that would last weeks. Washington, ever the steady and determined leader, issued a powerful rallying cry to his men, urging them to give everything to this pivotal moment. "Press forward and make this the decisive stroke," he declared, infusing his troops with the determination and focus they needed. Around Yorktown, a ring of resolve tightened as soldiers dug trenches, mounted defences, and prepared for the gruelling work ahead. In the early days of the siege, American and French forces began establishing their siege lines, a slow and painstaking task. Soldiers worked through the nights, shoveling dirt and hammering stakes, constructing a network of trenches that inched them closer to Cornwallis's positions with each passing day. Both armies knew they were within reach of a monumental victory, yet they also knew that Cornwallis would not surrender easily. The trenches became a symbol of their steady, relentless advance as they moved closer to the British lines with each shovelful of earth. At the heart of the siege were the artillery positions, carefully chosen and brutally effective. Under Washington's orders, the Franco-American forces placed their cannons with precision, creating a line of fire that would bear down on British fortifications with devastating accuracy. The cannons began their thunderous work, pounding Cornwallis's defences day and night, filling the air with smoke and shattering the British lines. The artillery barrage was relentless, each blast signalling another step toward victory. Cornwallis's troops, once confident and secure within their defences, found themselves overwhelmed by the unceasing bombardment that chipped away at their walls and their spirits. As the siege wore on, the resolve of Cornwallis's men began to falter. The unyielding pressure from the combined forces, coupled with the blockade that severed their connection to the outside world, left them increasingly isolated. Washington and Rochambeau, ever watchful, observed the weakening British defences and knew that a breakthrough was within sight. They urged urged their troops to hold fast, to press even harder, knowing that the end was near. With every cannon blast and every inch gained in the trenches, they were drawing closer to a victory that would reshape the future. As the Franco-American forces closed in, Cornwallis's options dwindled to nothing. His calls for reinforcements went unanswered. His soldiers grew weary and demoralised, and the walls that once seemed impregnable now bore the scars of relentless artillery fire. The siege had become a battle of endurance, a test of patience and strength, with the British garrison trapped and unable to break free. Now, let's explore the final moments of the siege, the key assaults and courageous acts that led Cornwallis to the ultimate decision he had dreaded. The siege was nearing its climax as American and French forces prepared for one of the most daring moves of the campaign, the capture of British Redoubt Number 10. By October, the Franco-American forces had edged close enough to the British defences to strike at key fortifications, and they knew that taking these redoubts would cripple Cornwallis's ability to hold Yorktown. Under the cover of night, Alexander Hamilton, then a young and ambitious officer, led a group of determined soldiers on a perilous assault against the redoubt. Every man knew the risks. The redoubt was fiercely guarded, and an assault would mean charging directly into British fire. But Hamilton's determination burned brighter than fear, and he rallied his men with the powerful cry, "Forward! The world expects us." It was a call to courage, a reminder that they fought not just for a battlefield victory, but for the dreams of a nation. Hamilton and his men stormed the redoubt, pushing through British defences in a fierce, close-quarter fight that left no room for hesitation. In that single, decisive action, they took control of Redoubt Number 10, a pivotal moment that would break the British lines and seal the fate of Yorktown. The capture of Redoubt Number 10, along with Redoubt Number 9, marked a turning point in the siege. These fortifications had stood as a final line of defence, a barrier that Cornwallis trusted would shield him from defeat. Now, with both redoubts in American hands, the walls that had once offered protection became nothing more than crumbling symbols of lost hope. The Franco-American forces, emboldened by their success, pressed forward with renewed intensity, their artillery pounding British positions day and night. The once formidable defences of Yorktown buckled under the unrelenting pressure. Every explosion, every burst of cannon fire struck deeper into British resolve. For the British soldiers trapped within Yorktown, the psychological toll of the siege was devastating. Surrounded, unable to escape, they faced the steady, unyielding advance of enemy forces, their spirits ground down by the knowledge that there was no reinforcement on the horizon, no ship bringing aid. The sound of artillery became an unending drumbeat, a reminder of their predicament. An American soldier would later recall the sight of British defences faltering under the constant barrage, saying it was as if we had turned the tide of a mighty river. The weight of the war seemed to press upon them all at once, a realisation that they were witnessing history in the making, a tide of change that could no longer be resisted. Every man, patriot and redcoat alike, felt the significance of the moment. As the siege closed in on its final stages, Cornwallis faced a brutal reality. His defences were shattered, his supplies dwindling, and his men pushed to the edge. With no hope of relief, he made the decision that no proud general wishes to make. On the morning of October the 19th, 1781, Cornwallis capitulated, sending an officer to negotiate terms for surrender. The British Army, once confident of their dominance, prepared for a humiliating defeat. The formal surrender ceremony was a sombre procession, marked by the sombre dignity of soldiers who knew that they had fought bravely but ultimately lost. The British, in a symbolic gesture, played a tune that seemed to echo their bitter sentiments. The world turned upside down. The haunting melody carried the weight of shattered expectations, the surreal acknowledgement that an empire had been outmaneuvered by a fledgling nation fighting for freedom. Cornwallis's surrender was more than just the end of a siege. It was a moment that reshaped the course of history. The significance of that day was not lost on those who stood witness. To the Franco-American forces, it was a hard-won victory that marked the end of a long and brutal struggle. For Britain, it was an undeniable signal that the war in America was lost, that the revolutionary spirit they had sought to quash had proven too resilient. Cornwallis's capitulation brought an effective end to large-scale military operations in America, setting the stage for peace negotiations and the eventual recognition of American independence. The victory at Yorktown, born from strategy, resilience, and the courage of countless soldiers, was the final blow in a war that had turned the world upside down. The morning of October 19th, 1781, dawned with an air of solemn inevitability over Yorktown. The British soldiers, who had fought with unwavering resolve, now faced the task of surrender, a bitter pill for any proud military to swallow. For weeks they had endured the relentless Franco-American siege, watching their defences crumble and their supplies dwindle. Now their commander, General Cornwallis, defeated and worn, had no choice but to yield. Yet, even in this final act, Cornwallis could not bring himself to face the American and French forces who had overcome him. Instead, he sent his second-in-command, Brigadier General Charles O'Hara, to carry out the formal surrender on his behalf. In the cool morning light, O'Hara, bearing Cornwallis's sword, approached the American and French ranks, where General Washington and General Rochambeau awaited the formal gesture of capitulation. It was a moment steeped in both tension and symbolism, one that marked the beginning of the end of British rule in the colonies. As O'Hara approached the French general, perhaps hoping to soften the sting of defeat by surrendering to a European ally, Rochambeau declined with a graceful but firm response. "You must yield to General Washington's order." The British, once so sure of their supremacy, found themselves humbled before an alliance they had once underestimated. With this response, O'Hara turned to Washington, who, in a gesture that spoke volumes, directed O'Hara to General Benjamin Lincoln. Washington's choice was deeply symbolic, honouring a man who had once suffered the humiliation of surrendering to the British at Charleston. By allowing Lincoln to accept Cornwallis's sword, Washington made a powerful statement. The honour taken from Charleston was now restored, and with it, the dignity of the American cause. Lincoln accepted the sword with solemn grace, completing a ritual that marked the turning of the tide in America's favour. The surrender ceremony itself was a sombre affair. British soldiers, heads bowed, marched between lines of American and French troops, laying down their arms as they passed. Each clatter of musket against musket, each step taken in silence, underscored the gravity of the moment. The British band played "The World Turned Upside Down," a tune that seemed to capture the profound irony of the occasion. A mighty empire brought to its knees by a determined force of colonial rebels and their foreign allies. To the watching Americans, the sight was a hard-won triumph, the validation of years of struggle and sacrifice. To the British, it was an undeniable shift, a moment that shattered any lingering illusion that this war was still winnable. Beyond the field at Yorktown, the impact of Cornwallis's surrender rippled across the Atlantic, shaking the British government to its core. In London, when news of the defeat reached Prime Minister Lord North, the weight of the loss hit him with full force. His reaction, as he reportedly cried out, "Oh God, it's all over," captured the shock that reverberated through the halls of British power. North's words were an admission of defeat, not only on the battlefield, but in the broader vision of empire. Britain, long accustomed to dominance, faced the reality that the American colonies, once viewed as unruly subjects, had now risen as a formidable force, capable of deciding their own future. This capitulation didn't just signal a military loss, it ignited diplomatic shockwaves that would shape the future of the American nation. Across Europe, the defeat at Yorktown underscored the vulnerability of the British Empire, marking a shift in international alliances and inspiring hopes of independence elsewhere. For the American patriots, the victory bolstered their position on the world stage. As Benjamin Franklin wrote with characteristic wit and satisfaction, "Our victory at Yorktown has stunned the British lion. Now he may be willing to let go of our throat." Franklin's words spoke to the shift in power and the emerging respect that the American cause commanded. The Franco-American alliance, which had been instrumental in this victory, was a partnership of necessity and shared ideals. France's support, driven by both strategic interests and a desire to humble its old rival, Britain, had helped turn the tide. This cooperation reflected a broader struggle for liberty, a cause that resonated across borders. For the Americans, this alliance was more than just a political maneuver. It was a sign that their fight was recognised and respected by powerful nations. Yorktown stood as a testament to what could be achieved when nations joined forces for a common goal. As the British troops exited Yorktown, leaving behind the broken hopes of their campaign, American and French forces looked toward a future shaped by the principles for which they had fought. The victory at Yorktown marked not only a military triumph, but also the beginning of a new era in American history. The dream of independence, once a fragile idea, now stood on the brink of becoming reality. With Cornwallis's surrender, the Revolutionary War entered its final stages, setting in motion the events that would lead to peace and recognition of American sovereignty. The Battle of Yorktown, a stunning and decisive victory, sent shockwaves across the Atlantic, reverberating through the heart of the British Empire. In London, disbelief mingled with dismay as news of Cornwallis's surrender reached Parliament and the royal court. King George III, steadfast and defiant, refused to accept defeat, reportedly declaring, "America must be conquered." For a monarch who had overseen British triumphs across Europe and the world, the notion that a collection of colonial rebels, supported by his ancient rival France, could outmaneuver the British army was unthinkable. Yet, within his cabinet and among British leaders, a sobering realization took hold. Yorktown was not merely a lost battle, but the beginning of the end. Britain's grasp on the American colonies was slipping through its fingers, and the will to continue the fight was crumbling. Members of Parliament, many of whom had cautioned against the war from the start, saw Yorktown as the final confirmation of their fears. One Parliament member, reflecting the sentiment of those opposed to the costly conflict, remarked with grim resignation, "Yorktown was the blow we feared, but would not admit. It was as if Britain had been blind to the accumulating weight of the American resistance, until this moment forced them to face reality." The defeat at Yorktown shattered any illusions of a quick victory, leaving the British government to weigh the costs of dragging on a war that now seemed unwinnable. For the British public, already weary from years of economic strain and mounting casualties, the defeat stirred calls for peace. The tide of opinion shifted swiftly, and voices once drowned out by patriotic fervour now rose in strength, demanding an end to the bloodshed. While King George wrestled with his resolve, American leaders began to seize the moment. The victory at Yorktown offered more than a military triumph. It transformed the Revolutionary War from a desperate struggle for survival into a conflict that held the promise of complete independence. In letters and speeches, American statesmen expressed their understanding of Yorktown's profound significance. Thomas Jefferson, ever eloquent and visionary, captured this sentiment in his correspondence. "Yorktown has given us more than victory, it has given us recognition." To Jefferson, Yorktown was a message to the world that America was not merely a collection of rebellious colonies, but a nation asserting its right to exist and to govern itself. With the battle won, attention turned to the negotiating table, where America's future would be hammered out in a different kind of confrontation. In Paris, American representatives gathered, determined to secure the fruits of their hard-fought victory. Among them was John Jay, a statesman whose dedication to the cause of independence burned as brightly as any soldier's courage on the battlefield. Jay approached the negotiations with unyielding resolve, insisting, "We will accept no less than independence, for Yorktown has granted us that right." These peace talks would not be easy. They involved complex interests and rivalries, and the American delegation had to navigate carefully. Yet Yorktown had granted them leverage and legitimacy, and they would settle for nothing short of full sovereignty. As peace negotiations unfolded, the significance of Yorktown continued to resonate beyond the halls of power. Across Europe, other nations took note of Britain's humbling defeat, seeing in the American victory a symbol of resistance and a challenge to the established order. In France, where support for the American cause had already become a matter of national pride, Yorktown was celebrated as proof that an alliance rooted in shared ideals could defy even the mightiest empire. French soldiers and sailors who had fought alongside their American allies returned home as heroes, and the spirit of revolution, so evident in the American cause, began to inspire whispers of change within France's borders. In the American colonies, the joy and relief following Yorktown were tempered by the long memories of hardship and sacrifice. For many patriots, victory had come at a staggering cost. Families had been divided, towns ravaged, and lives shattered. Yet, in the wake of Yorktown, hope flourished, and communities looked toward the future with a renewed sense of purpose. Veterans returned home, carrying stories of courage and resilience that would shape the national identity for generations to come. The war had tested the colonies in every conceivable way, forging a bond between them that went beyond politics and territory. It was a unity built on shared struggle, sacrifice, and an unwavering pursuit of freedom. Even amid the celebrations, there was work to be done. The fledgling nation faced daunting challenges, creating a stable government, unifying disparate states, and building an economy from the ground up. The spirit that had won the war would now be called upon to win the peace. Leaders like Washington, Jefferson, and Franklin understood that the true test of American independence would be in establishing a country that could thrive and endure. The journey to independence, however, was far from over. As the ink dried on the treaties and the last British soldiers prepared to leave American soil, the leaders of this new nation prepared to confront the daunting task of transforming victory into lasting freedom and prosperity. The story of the American Revolution's Southern campaign is one of grit, resilience, and turning tides. With the war dragging on, the British shifted their attention southward, convinced that the southern colonies, rich in resources and divided by loyalist sympathies, would be their key to victory. But what they found was a fierce resistance. In battles like King's Mountain and Cowpens, patriot forces, armed with the land's familiarity and a passion for independence, inflicted blow after blow on British forces. These southern campaigns, led by tacticians like Nathaniel Greene and Daniel Morgan, steadily sapped British strength, culminating in one of the most significant military gambles of the war. The Siege of Yorktown marked the decisive turn. In a display of unity, American and French forces under Washington and Rochambeau converged upon Cornwallis's troops at Yorktown, trapping them in a devastating siege. With Admiral de Grasse's fleet blocking British reinforcements by sea, the trap was complete. After weeks of relentless bombardment, the British defences crumbled, and Cornwallis was left with no choice but to surrender. This Franco-American triumph did more than end a battle. It brought a weary nation one step closer to freedom. Yorktown was more than a tactical win. It was a symbol of what could be achieved through cooperation and shared ideals, a testament to the resilience and ingenuity that defined the American fight for independence. Yorktown was the tipping point, marking the beginning of the end for British rule in America. It signalled to the world, especially to Britain, that the colonies would not be easily subdued. The alliance between France and the American patriots, once seen as a long shot, had proven powerful enough to shatter the illusions of British invincibility. The world watched as a young nation began to take its first victorious steps, challenging the empire that had once been its master. As we close this chapter, our journey continues into the aftermath of this victory. In our next episode, we'll explore the peace negotiations and the long, complex process of shaping a new American republic. With independence came daunting challenges: the building of a government, the struggle to unite diverse states, and the creation of an identity for this new nation. Join me next time as we turn the page from battle to peace, discovering the hard-won legacy of the American Revolution and the dreams and trials of a nation in its infancy. The cannons had finally fallen silent at Yorktown. The battlefield, where so much blood had been spilled and dreams of freedom fought for, was now quiet. Across the 13 colonies, a sense of exhilaration mingled with disbelief. Victory over the British crown was an unimaginable feat. After years of relentless struggle, the impossible had been achieved. But as the echoes of gunfire faded, a new challenge emerged, securing the fruits of this hard-won triumph through a peace that would recognise America's place among nations. For, although the war may have ended on the battlefield, the revolution itself was far from over. With the British surrender, a precarious opportunity opened, a chance for peace, recognition, and for the young nation to stand independently on the world stage. However, achieving that formal recognition would be no simple feat. This was not just a conversation between Britain and America. France, Spain, and the Netherlands, all with their own interests and alliances, stood as shadowed figures in this delicate dance. Would these powers accept an independent America? Could these alliances hold under the strain of conflicting national interests? These questions loomed, demanding skill, diplomacy, and wisdom to ensure that American independence would not be a fleeting triumph, but a lasting reality. As Benjamin Rush wisely remarked, the American war is over, but this is far from being the case with the American Revolution. True enough, the spirit of revolution continued to burn brightly, fueling not only dreams of freedom, but also a desire to prove America's worth in a world where empires rose and fell by the sword and the pen. This was no time for complacency. The young nation stood at a critical juncture where both past victories and future aspirations hung in delicate balance. Welcome to ASMR History, and thank you for joining me in this final episode of my series on the Revolutionary War. Today, we delve into the intricate web of diplomacy that followed Yorktown and shaped America's path forward. As we close out this story, we'll uncover the power struggles, compromises, and alliances that define the nation's future and legacy. This is a tale of resilience and ambition, and the peace secured after Yorktown own stakes in this diplomatic dance. France had poured resources into the conflict, hoping to weaken its age-old rival, Britain, and reclaim some of the prestige it had lost in prior wars. But beyond military victory, the French monarchy harboured deep concerns about America's revolutionary spirit and the potential ripple effects on its own colonies. Spain, on the other hand, was eyeing territorial gains in North America, specifically in the west and around the fortress of Gibraltar. Together, France and Spain sought to influence the peace negotiations, not only to support American independence, but to achieve their own geopolitical ambitions. This complex alliance was the backbone of early peace efforts, setting the stage for the arduous negotiations ahead. On the American side, a trio of seasoned negotiators stepped forward to take up the mantle: John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and John Jay. Each man brought his own blend of patriotism, wit, and wariness to the table, forging a formidable team that would navigate both British resistance and European expectations. John Adams, ever the staunch advocate for independence, was steadfast in his belief that the United States must secure strong, favourable terms. He saw this moment as a pivotal chance to guarantee American autonomy and to prove, once and for all, that the United States was not merely a fleeting rebellion, but a nation worthy of respect. Then there was Benjamin Franklin, the esteemed diplomat and statesman whose charm and tact had already won the hearts of the French. Franklin understood the importance of maintaining good relations with France, the young nation's crucial ally, and was careful to tread lightly. Known for his diplomatic grace and strategic mind, Franklin was able to soothe tensions, smoothing the way for productive talks, even when disagreements loomed. His role was essential in keeping the Franco-American alliance intact, ensuring that the United States would have a friend across the ocean in its early years of independence. Finally, there was John Jay, the cautious and shrewd diplomat who viewed France's intentions with a healthy dose of suspicion. Unlike Franklin, Jay worried that France's interests were not fully aligned with those of the United States. He believed that France, despite its support, might ultimately seek to limit American power to serve its own empire's ambitions. Jay's approach was bold. He began negotiating directly with the British, bypassing France in certain discussions to secure terms that prioritised American interests. His assertive tactics would prove critical, allowing the Americans to shape the treaty on their terms rather than solely under the guidance of European allies. As Abigail Adams once wrote to her husband John, "If we mean to have heroes, statesmen and philosophers, we should have learned women." The diplomat's resolve and skill were precisely what she spoke of, a blend of wisdom and bravery needed to establish a nation from the ashes of war. Each man played a distinct role, yet together they represented a unified front, embodying the spirit of a young country eager to stake its claim on the world stage. These negotiations were about far more than just boundaries or fishing rights. They were about America's right to exist as a sovereign nation, free from the shadow of European powers. The diplomats understood this well. They trade routes, but for the very soul of a new republic. Now, as the groundwork for the Treaty of Paris was laid, new challenges emerged. For while American independence had been secured on paper, the ambitions of European powers continued to complicate the path to a final agreement. The ambitions of France, Spain, and others would soon test the resilience of America's allies and adversaries alike, revealing the tangled web of interests that stretched across the Atlantic. The stage for American independence was set not just in the fields of Yorktown, but in the grand salons of Europe, where France, Spain, and the Netherlands held sway over the destiny of the fledgling United States. Each of these powers had its own ambitions, and though they had aided the American cause, their motives were never purely altruistic. These countries recognised that a weakened Britain benefited them, but the complexities of peace negotiations threatened to expose fractures in the alliance, revealing the competing interests that lurked beneath the surface. For France, the notion of aiding a rebellion had always carried a touch of irony. The French monarchy had eagerly supported the Americans, supplying resources and troops to undermine their British rival. Yet, there was an underlying fear among French leaders. What if the American Revolution inspired similar uprisings in their own colonies? Or even worse, stirred revolutionary ideas at home? The spark of liberty could be contagious, and France was no stranger to the powder keg of political unrest simmering within its borders. Consequently, while France supported American independence, it had no desire for the United States to become a force that might inspire widespread revolution. France's leaders were therefore cautious, walking a tightrope of supporting American ideals abroad, while suppressing similar aspirations within their own realm. Spain too had high stakes in the outcome of the negotiations, but its interests lay more in territory than ideology. Spain saw the peace talks as an opportunity to advance its territorial claims, particularly in North America and the prized Rock of Gibraltar. For Spain, the treaty discussions were not about nurturing a new democracy. They were about expanding an empire. Spanish diplomats pressed hard for control over Western territories and maintained a steadfast demand that Gibraltar, strategically perched at the gateway to the Mediterranean, remain in Spanish hands. This demand created a sense of tension in the negotiations, as Spain's priorities often clashed with both American and British aims. The Netherlands, though a quieter partner in this grand alliance, still played a significant role. Having provided loans to support the American war effort, Dutch leaders were keen to ensure that their investments in America would be returned with interest. While they didn't wield the same influence as France or Spain, as diplomats clashed over how to navigate these competing interests. Benjamin Franklin, mindful of the debt America owed to France, favoured maintaining harmony with the French. He understood that the young United States would need friends in Europe to survive its infancy, and he worked tirelessly to keep Franco-American relations on steady ground. For Franklin, preserving this alliance was a matter of principle and pragmatism, a way to ensure that America had an ally as it ventured into an uncertain future. However, John Jay saw things differently. Jay was wary of French intentions, believing that France might seek to limit American influence to prevent the new nation from becoming a power in its own right. Unwilling to risk America's future for the sake of diplomacy, Jay took a bold step. He engaged in secret negotiations directly with Britain, circumventing the French and taking matters into his own hands to secure terms that placed American interests first. This manoeuvre, though controversial, proved effective in ensuring that America's fate was not entirely dictated by European power plays. Jay's actions reflected the fierce independence that had driven the American cause from the beginning, and underscored the challenges of navigating alliances in a world of complex politics. As Franklin later observed, there never was a good war or a bad peace. The negotiations were a battleground in their own right, where words replaced muskets, and every sentence could shift the balance of power. Diplomats manoeuvred carefully, weighing every alliance and every clause, acutely aware that the future of a nation depended on their skill. The outcome of these talks would be enshrined in the Treaty of Paris, an agreement that would finally recognise American independence and set the terms for a new era. The signing of the Treaty of Paris in 1783 marked a monumental shift in history, a moment when the British Crown formally recognised the United States as a sovereign nation. This act alone sent shockwaves across the globe. To the monarchs and empires of Europe, this was unprecedented. A colony once subjugated and expected to be forever under British rule had emerged victorious in a war for independence. The treaty's ink was barely dry before its broader implications began to set in. For the first time, Britain acknowledged that a people could, with enough determination and sacrifice, forge their own path in defiance of imperial rule. This recognition wasn't just a piece of parchment, it was a resounding proclamation that freedom, once claimed, could be held by those bold enough to seize it. Politically, this acknowledgement rippled through the British Empire. Within Britain, many saw this concession as an unsettling precedent. If the Americans could demand and win their freedom, who else might dare to do the same? It was a bitter pill for the British government, a tacit admission of failure and a humiliation for a country accustomed to dominance. Yet the signing of this treaty signalled a reluctant understanding that the United States was no longer just a breakaway colony. It was a fledgling republic, distinct, separate, and determined to establish itself among the world's nations. The political ramifications of Britain's surrender in the face of colonial resistance would echo for decades, inspiring other independence movements and laying bare the vulnerability of empires. In addition to recognising American independence, expanding the United States' reach and influence. Britain ceded vast swathes of land to its former colonies, outlining boundaries that stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River, and from Canada in the north to Spanish-held Florida in the south. For Americans, this territorial gain was a stunning victory, offering not only more land for settlers, but also a foundation for economic growth. It was a vast canvas upon which a young nation could imagine its future, expanding westward with the hopes and dreams of countless pioneers, eager to build a life in this uncharted wilderness. Yet, this territorial expansion was not without its challenges. The new boundaries brought the United States into direct conflict with numerous Native American nations who were neither consulted nor included in the treaty's negotiations. To them, this land was not an empty promise of opportunity. It was home, filled with the spirits of their ancestors and the legacy of generations. The encroachment of settlers ignited fierce resistance as Native American tribes fought to defend their territories against a government that viewed expansion as its birthright. The legacy of the Treaty of Paris, then, was double-edged, opening the door to American growth, but at a great cost to the indigenous people, whose lands were suddenly designated as part of the new United States. This expansion, however, was deeply woven into the American identity. As John Adams reflected, the revolution was effected before the war commenced. The revolution was in the minds and hearts of the people. Indeed, it was this spirit of adventure and the belief in a boundless future that motivated Americans to press westward. The vast lands east of the Mississippi became a place where farmers, traders, and dreamers envisioned a society shaped by liberty and self-reliance. To many, this was the true promise of independence, the chance to chart one's own course, to till one's own soil, and to shape a nation according to ideals forged in revolution. For all the hope that these new territories brought, they also bore the weight of inevitable conflict, as these lands were neither uninhabited nor undisputed. The treaty also addressed practical matters beyond boundaries and independence, including fishing rights, which may seem trivial in retrospect, but were vital to the economic interests of the new nation. American negotiators, mindful of the livelihood of New England's fishermen, secured access to the lucrative Grand Banks off Newfoundland. This was no small victory, the right to fish. These rich waters ensured that Americans could continue a long-standing economic practice that was as vital to the nation's prosperity as it was to its culture. These waters had provided food and income for generations, and maintaining access to them was a symbolic gesture of economic independence, a statement that America could provide for itself, free from Britain's restrictions. This new access, coupled with open trade policies included in the treaty, set the stage for the United States to develop its own commercial pathways. Freed from the mercantile constraints of British rule, American merchants not as dramatic as territorial expansion or political autonomy, were essential in helping the young nation stand on its own, unbound by the economic shackles that had once restricted its prosperity. While the Treaty of Paris delivered a resounding victory for Americans, it also stoked tensions over the fate of loyalists, those colonists who had supported Britain during the war. The treaty stipulated that loyalist properties and rights would be respected, a promise aimed at preventing retribution and fostering national unity. However, enforcing this clause proved challenging. In many parts of the new United States, resentment ran high. Loyalists were often viewed as traitors, and state governments were reluctant to return confiscated property or grant them equal rights. This unresolved tension reflected a bitter truth. Though the war was over, the wounds it inflicted on American society ran deep. Reconciliation with loyalists became one of the nation's first post-independence challenges, a thorny issue that revealed the complexities of nation building after a civil war. Britain too faced political consequences from the treaty. The loss of the American colonies sparked a period of introspection and reform within the British government. Some voices in Parliament began calling for changes in colonial policy, arguing that Britain's failure in America should be a lesson to prevent similar uprisings elsewhere. The humiliating defeat led to shifts in the way Britain governed its remaining colonies, planting the seeds for gradual reforms that would shape the British Empire in the decades to come. As the dust settled and the treaty took effect, the world began to witness the consequences of this daring experiment in self-governance. The Treaty of Paris laid the foundation for an independent America, but it also carried implications that stretched far beyond the Atlantic. It was a peace agreement, yet its clauses contained the promise and the challenges of independence, expansion, and economic growth. The treaty's impact, however, was just beginning to unfold, and the economic and political aftermath would reveal the true costs and rewards of independence. The Treaty of Paris was more than just an end to conflict. It was a fresh start for a young nation hungry to build its own economic identity and establish itself on the world stage. Among the treaty's essential provisions was the assurance of American fishing rights in the rich waters of the Grand Banks off Newfoundland. These fishing grounds had long been a vital economic resource, sustaining entire communities in New England. For generations, these waters had provided both livelihood and sustenance, and securing access to them symbolized an important victory in America's fight for economic independence. With these rights affirmed, American fishermen could cast their nets freely, carrying on a proud tradition that would help sustain the new nation's economy. The fishing rights went beyond mere economic sustenance. They represented a statement of freedom from British-imposed restrictions. No longer bound by Britain's mercantile system, American fishermen could now trade their catch as they pleased. These rights allowed Americans to develop trade networks across the Atlantic, opening commerce with European markets and Caribbean islands, where fish was highly prized. This was just one step toward an independent economy, but it was an important one. The unrestricted access to these waters gave the United States a chance to forge commercial alliances on its own terms, to become a player in the transatlantic economy, and to turn the tides of prosperity toward its shores. The economic implications of the Treaty of Paris were vast, affecting more than just the fishermen of New England. By lifting the constraints of British rule, the treaty freed American traders and merchants to explore markets that had previously been off limits. Suddenly, American goods, furs, timber, tobacco, could be sold directly to European countries without British intermediaries. This freedom brought both opportunity and risk, as American businesses now had to navigate the complex web of international trade alone. But the benefits of this newfound autonomy were worth the challenge. Trade with Britain and other European nations picked up quickly, feeding the young nation's growth and helping establish a robust economy that was no longer dependent on its former rulers. Yet, while the treaty promised economic freedom, it also stirred internal tensions over the treatment of loyalists, those colonists who had remained loyal to Britain during the war. As part of the treaty, Britain insisted that the United States protect the rights and properties of loyalists who had been targeted during the war. These individuals, many of whom had suffered confiscation of property or had been exiled during the conflict, were now supposed to have their rights restored and their properties returned. However, in the fevered aftermath of independence, honouring these terms proved difficult. In many states, loyalists were viewed with suspicion and resentment, seen as traitors who had sided with the enemy. For the new American government, enforcing these protections was a thorny issue. Some states outright refused to restore confiscated loyalist properties, defying the federal mandate and asserting their right to handle former loyalists as they saw fit. This resistance reflected the lingering bitterness toward those who had opposed the revolution. In some areas, loyalists faced discrimination, unable to reclaim their property or even find acceptance within their communities. This fractured the social landscape, revealing a side of independence that was far from the ideal of unity and tolerance the nation aspired to. The struggle over loyalist rights was a stark reminder that independence was as much a struggle within America as it was against foreign powers. For the loyalists themselves, the situation was dire. Some returned to Britain or relocated to Canada, where they sought refuge from a country that no longer welcomed them. Others remained, determined to rebuild their lives in a nation that still regarded them as outsiders. This issue strained the young government's ability to balance justice with reconciliation, a challenge that would echo through American history as the country wrestled with issues of loyalty, inclusion, and division. The treatment of loyalists became an early test of American values, revealing just how complex and painful the process of nation building could be. Across the Atlantic, the Treaty of Paris created a ripple effect that shook British politics and society. The loss of the American colonies was a severe blow, not only to Britain's pride, but to its sense of imperial destiny. In Parliament, voices of dissent grew louder, questioning the policies that had led to this historic defeat. For some, the treaty was proof that Britain's rigid colonial approach was unsustainable, a harbinger that the days world's foremost empires, Britain had expected submission, not rebellion, peace, not revolt. The shock of losing America forced Britain to confront the realities of governing diverse and distant colonies. Within Britain, there was growing support for a shift in colonial policies, with many advocating for reforms that might prevent such losses in the future. This sentiment marked the beginning of a re-evaluation of Britain's empire, sparking debates over how to govern other colonies without fueling the same kind of discontent that had erupted in America. Some British leaders called for policies that would grant more autonomy to other colonies, recognising that harsh, restrictive measures had backfired disastrously in America. Though these discussions would take time to bear fruit, they planted the seeds for gradual changes in the way Britain managed its overseas territories, ultimately shaping the evolution of the British Empire. The British public, too, reacted with a mixture of shock and anger. For many, the loss of America was a humbling moment, a bitter reminder that their empire was not invincible. The Treaty of Paris revealed the limits of British power, sparking a wave of introspection about the nation's identity and its role in the world. In newspapers, pamphlets, and public debates, the treaty was dissected and critiqued, with some viewing it as a betrayal and others as a necessary step toward peace. This period of reflection would influence British policies for decades, shaping a more cautious and calculated approach to empire. As America celebrated its new independence, Britain grappled with the consequences of defeat. The Treaty of Paris not only redefined the British Empire, but also reshaped the American landscape, creating new possibilities and new conflicts. With fishing rights secured, loyalists either resettling or reintegrating, and economic avenues opening, the United States now stood on the threshold of its next great challenge, building a society from the ground up, where ideals of freedom, equality, and unity would be put to the test. The ink on the Treaty of Paris had barely dried before the young United States was thrust into the daunting task of governance. In the absence of British rule, a new political identity had to be forged, and revolutionary ideals transformed into a functional reality. Each state, fiercely protective of its newfound autonomy, faced the challenge of framing its own constitution. Leaders drew from Enlightenment principles, driven by the desire to create systems grounded in liberty and representative government. Yet, without a strong central government, the nation risked being a loose association of states rather than a united country. This dilemma was reflected in the Articles of Confederation, America's first attempt at a federal framework. The Articles, while ambitious, were fragile, granting limited power to the central government and leaving critical issues like taxation and interstate commerce in the hands of individual states. George Washington, ever mindful of the importance of unity, captured the heart of this struggle, noting, "The people of America are one people. They have the same religion, manners, habits, and political principles." Yet, the unity Washington envisioned was not easily achieved. States retained a strong sense of individualism, reluctant to surrender authority to a central body. This tension would shape the political landscape, pushing leaders to refine the balance of power between state and federal governments, a challenge that would eventually lead to the drafting of the US Constitution. In the immediate aftermath, however, the nation's first steps toward governance were unsteady, a balancing act between idealism and the hard realities of rule. The economic landscape was no less turbulent. War had taken a heavy toll, leaving the new nation burdened with debt and lacking a stable economic foundation. The war had drained coffers, and without the financial backing of a centralized institution, the United States struggled to maintain its economic footing. Soldiers returned from battle only to face uncertain prospects, often paid in depreciated currency that barely held its value. Merchants too grappled with new challenges, as the British economic system they once relied upon was now closed to them. Trade routes had to be rebuilt and markets re-established. The fledgling nation found itself in dire need of financial solutions that would strengthen its economy and restore public confidence. The debt crisis underscored the need for a more cohesive economic strategy. Some leaders called for the creation of a national bank, hoping it would bring stability and a standardized currency to the fractured system. Meanwhile, discussions about federal taxes and tariffs emerged as potential revenue sources, sparking debates over the limits of government authority. These early economic struggles would lay the groundwork for future policies and ultimately the creation of a federal financial infrastructure under the Constitution. But for now, economic instability was the order of the day, a daily reminder of the steep costs of independence and the difficult path toward prosperity. The social fabric of America was also shifting in response to the revolutionary ideals that had ignited the war. For many Americans, the rhetoric of liberty and equality raised questions about who these principles truly applied to. Women, for instance, had played significant roles during the war, running businesses, managing farms, even serving as spies. While the immediate post-war period didn't grant them political rights, seeds of change had been planted. Figures like Abigail Adams had urged leaders to remember the ladies, sparking conversations that would eventually grow into a broader movement for women's rights. The echoes of the revolution resonated quietly but persistently, and although true equality was distant, the revolution had awakened a sense of agency among women that would only grow stronger. For Native Americans, however, the consequences of American independence were profoundly destabilizing. As settlers began to move westward, driven by the promise of new land, native tribes faced increasing encroachment on their territories. The Treaty of Paris, which redrew boundaries without any consultation of the indigenous nations, marked the beginning of a long struggle for native communities who saw their lands and ways of life threatened by the expansionist zeal of the new nation. While some tribes sought alliances and peace with the United States, others resisted, leading to conflicts that would cast a dark shadow over America's western expansion. Independence for Native Americans was not a victory, but a new and perilous chapter. The revolutionary ideals also stirred questions about the institution of slavery. Enslaved people who had witnessed talk of like Pennsylvania and Massachusetts beginning to dismantle slavery within their borders. However, in the southern states, where economies were deeply tied to slave labour, these ideals met resistance. The contradiction between the fight for freedom and the reality of slavery became an increasingly contentious issue, one that the new government struggled to reconcile. While immediate changes were limited, the seeds of abolition had been sown, laying the groundwork for a struggle that would continue to shape American history. These immediate social and economic consequences marked a challenging beginning for the United States. Independence had brought freedom, but it had also brought instability, division, and hardship. In the coming years, the fledgling nation would need to address these growing pains if it were to realise the vision of its founders. As America worked to steady itself, the effects of its hard-won independence rippled across the globe, forcing Britain to reassess its imperial strategies and inspiring movements far beyond its borders. The legacy of the American Revolution reached far beyond the borders of the new United States, sparking a wave of change that would alter the trajectory of nations and empires alike. In its bold stand against the might of the British Empire, America became a beacon of hope for peoples around the world who yearned for freedom and self-governance. This revolution wasn't simply a rebellion. It was a declaration that the old order could be challenged, that people could choose their own leaders and shape their own destinies. For monarchs across Europe, it was a cautionary tale. For common people and intellectuals alike, it was an inspiration, a reminder that even the most powerful systems of oppression could be dismantled when a people united around a shared cause. The impact of the American Revolution was felt most immediately in France, where it kindled the fires of revolutionary sentiment among a population already discontented with the injustices of monarchy. French soldiers who had fought alongside the Americans returned home with tales of liberty and democratic ideals that sparked imaginations and challenged long-held beliefs. The ideals of liberté, égalité, fraternité began to take root in France, planting the seeds of what would become the French Revolution. This upheaval, which would begin in 1789, turned France's social and political structures on their heads and transformed the relationship between the ruling class and the governed. It was a turbulent, often bloody pursuit of the same principles that had driven American independence, a powerful testament to the enduring influence of the American experiment. But the influence of the revolution was not confined to France. Throughout Europe, the ideas of democracy and self-determination resonated with thinkers, activists, and ordinary citizens alike. Across the continent, people questioned the legitimacy of monarchies and empires that ruled without the consent of the governed. Enlightenment philosophers and political reformers, inspired by the success of the American cause, began to discuss the possibility of a world governed not by inherited privilege, but by the consent of the people. In places like Ireland, the revolution sparked movements seeking autonomy from British rule. Even in the far reaches of Europe, whispers of change could be heard, inspired by the radical notion that governance was a matter of human choice Simon Bolivar and José de San Martin would later look to the United States as a model for their own struggles for independence. The revolution has shown that a colony could break free from its imperial masters and survive, and this example emboldened leaders in South America to challenge Spanish rule. In this way, the American fight for independence reverberated through time and space, becoming a symbol of what could be achieved through unity, courage, and an unwavering belief in human rights. The global resonance of the American Revolution was beautifully captured in Charles Dickens' words, written decades later. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. In this age of revolution and reform, people around the world began to realise that they were not helpless in the face of injustice. The American Revolution offered a powerful narrative of possibility, a story of a people who had dared to imagine a different future and fought to make it a reality. For Britain, the loss of its American colonies was both a painful defeat and an opportunity for reflection. The revolution forced British leaders to re-evaluate how they managed their empire, especially as the influence of Enlightenment ideas began to permeate British society. The British government realised that heavy-handed colonial policies were unsustainable, and reform became necessary to prevent similar uprisings in other parts of its vast empire. Gradually, Britain adopted a more flexible approach to governance, allowing its colonies a degree of self-rule while maintaining overall authority. This shift was most evident in the way Britain handled Canada and Australia in the years following the American Revolution. In Canada, the British government granted a measure of autonomy through the Constitutional Act of 1791, which allowed the colony to establish its own local government. In Australia, Britain approached colonisation with a more cautious, structured plan, mindful of the mistakes made in America. Over time, these policies would become part of a larger strategy that allowed Britain to maintain a global empire while avoiding the kinds of conflicts that had led to the American Revolution. This new, more pragmatic approach allowed Britain to sustain its influence, even as it transformed the way it engaged with its colonies. The American Revolution also marked the beginning of a decline in Britain's international dominance. Losing the American colonies weakened Britain's global standing, signalling to other nations that the once invincible empire could, in fact, be challenged. The economic toll was severe. Britain had poured enormous resources into the war effort, and the loss of its colonies meant a significant reduction in trade revenues. To counter these losses, Britain redirected its attention to other parts of the empire, strengthening its foothold in India and other colonies in Asia and the Caribbean. The defeat in America was a humbling experience, but it prompted Britain to refocus and consolidate its empire elsewhere, setting the stage for its future as a global power centred not in North America but in other regions. This loss, however, did not spell the end for British influence. Instead, it reshaped Britain's ambitions, leading to a more calculated and strategic form of imperialism that would characterise the 19th century. Britain's foreign policy evolved, becoming more focused on economic exploitation ultimately strengthen Britain's hold on its remaining territories, even as it navigated the challenges posed by other emerging powers. As America embarked on its journey as an independent nation, Britain adapted to its new reality, recalibrating its empire in response to the lessons learned from its former colonies. The repercussions of the revolution continued to reverberate across the globe, igniting debates about democracy, freedom, and the role of government. Questions that would shape the political landscape for generations to come. The global impact of the American Revolution reached far beyond a simple transfer of power. It set in motion a series of changes that would redefine the way nations, peoples, and empires viewed themselves and their place in the world. The American Revolution was more than a struggle for independence. It was a profound declaration of ideals that would echo through history. At its core, the revolution championed liberty, self-governance, and the idea that power must rest in the hands of the people. These ideals weren't simply battle cries for a fleeting moment of freedom. They were foundational principles meant to outlive those who had fought for them, becoming the bedrock of a new nation. In America, these principles took form in the Constitution and Bill of Rights, documents designed to safeguard individual freedoms and limit governmental power. The revolution gave birth to a nation that would strive, however imperfectly, to live by its ideals of freedom and representative governance. These revolutionary principles soon found fertile ground beyond America's shores. Nations around the world began to rethink the relationship between rulers and the ruled, influenced by the radical notion that governance should arise from the consent of the governed. The ideals of the American Revolution challenged the old monarchies and inspired thinkers, reformers, and freedom fighters to imagine a different world, a world in which individual rights and collective self-determination could stand against tyranny. This vision would shape legal frameworks and democratic institutions globally, forging a legacy that defied geographical boundaries, transcending the place and time in which it was born. The legacy of the revolution didn't just affect governments, it changed how future generations viewed their own power to effect change. Inspired by the revolution's ideals, new movements for justice and equality emerged, driven by a belief in universal rights. The words immortalized in the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, would resonate through successive generations, guiding the efforts of those who sought to bring these words to life. This bold statement of equality served as a compass for movements that followed, from the abolition of slavery to the fight for civil rights, each struggle borrowing from the spirit of the revolution, pushing the country closer to the ideals insisting that America live up to its own declarations. Leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. echoed the founders' words, holding America accountable to the principles it had enshrined. The enduring influence of these revolutionary ideas reveals how they were more than just philosophical musings. They were a call to action, a promise to every generation that change was possible. Reflecting on the legacy of the American Revolution, it's impossible to ignore its historical significance in shaping governance, social change, and democratic aspirations worldwide. The revolution was not simply an event. It was a seismic shift in the way societies understood power, rights, and the role of government. The example set by America's bid for independence inspired countless revolutions and movements, reshaping political landscapes in every corner of the globe. It challenged future generations to question authority, to demand representation, and to strive for systems that respected human dignity. The revolution's legacy became a benchmark for nations and individuals alike, a symbol of what people could achieve when united in the cause of freedom. Yet, the revolution's legacy is as much a challenge as it is an inspiration. John Adams, one of the revolution's architects, expressed this sentiment poignantly when he wrote, "Posterity, you will never know how much it cost the present generation to preserve your freedom. I hope you will make a good use of it." Adams' words remind us that the ideals of the revolution came at a great price, and that they require vigilance and commitment from each new generation. The revolution was not the end of a journey toward freedom and self-determination, but rather the beginning. It set a standard against which all future struggles for justice and equality would be measured, creating a legacy that demands engagement, responsibility, and courage. Today, as we look back on the American Revolution, we see it not as a completed chapter, but as a story still unfolding. The ideals of liberty, equality, and self-governance continue to shape societies, inspire movements, and challenge us to reflect on our own commitments to justice and freedom. These principles remain as powerful and relevant as they were over 2 centuries ago, serving as both a source of pride and a reminder of the work that lies ahead. The revolution's legacy endures, woven into the fabric of nations, embedded in the hearts of people who believe in a world where every individual's rights are respected. In the end, the American Revolution was more than a war for independence. It was a rebirth of human aspiration. Its legacy is a powerful testament to the enduring strength of ideals, ideals that have the power to move hearts, transform